Mic test, mic test. Thank you.
Good morning. We're off. We're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 6 cases scheduled for today. Once your case is called, for this morning. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case this morning is a show cause hearing status, case number 24 CMP 00078. The Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, Valor Brew Pub, license number 71793. Good morning, Ms. Doriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee, please?
Good morning. Sophia Matus, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Matus. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning, Assistant Attorney General Sophia Mitas, SOPHIA
Good morning, ma'am. I see the licensee is not here. However, licensees are not, there are no requirements for licensees to appear at a show cause hearing status. This matter, if not settled, is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 4th at 1:30 p.m. I want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to file the documents and witnesses that they will rely on at the hearing. Failure by either party to disclose documents and witnesses to the other side and also ABCA legal, unless reasonable cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side to rely on documents to rely on documents that have not been disclosed within the disclosure period. Any questions, ma'am?
Nope.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00077 District Liquors, license number 23. This matter has been canceled. An offering compromise has been provided to board for its review and consideration. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00007 Dirty Water, license number 125771. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Good thing. Luke Casey, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Casey, can you turn your camera on, please, sir?
Well, once I get permission to turn the camera on.
Yes, sir. Yeah, what did you say?
It needs permission to turn the camera on, it says.
Mr. Oriana,
Almost here, it's
If you click start video, does that do anything?
start video. It says share content or camera.
Camera.
Such was.
that's fine, Mr. Casey.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry about that. I'll
All
go
right.
to a different showcase hearing.
All right, Ms. Meares, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Assistant Attorney General Sophia Mitas, SOPHIA Mietus.
Mr. Casey, can you please spell and state your record? I'm sorry, please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment, sir.
Yeah, my name is Luke Casey, LUKECASEY, and I'm the owner of the establishment.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Meatus, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No preliminary matters.
Any preliminary matters that you want to bring to the attention of the board, Mr. Casey?
Yeah, so I was going to ask if we could schedule this hearing in person since the government is relying on physical evidence.
I am not. What do you mean in person, sir? Tell me.
So we plan to invoke Section 8 of 781. So it's going to come down to how what was wrong with the IDs. So last month I met with Shani Brown and inspected the IDs in person. So I was hoping to have like during the hearing to have the IDs available to look at instead of just have a picture of them or whatever evidence the government would provide.
And so you'd be asking the board for the board to determine whether or not the allegation that the IDs were.
I mean, I just don't want. So I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just don't want to be in a situation where on the day of the hearing, whatever witnesses the government provided is saying something was wrong with the ID that they weren't willing to tell me about when I was at ABCA last month, and we're in a situation where I can't like look at the IDs or have the board look at the IDs to determine whether that's true or not, or to what extent something is wrong with the IDs.
I have to think about that because even when the board was meeting in person, and if there was an issue with IDs, the IDs itself were never presented to the board.
With the lawyers I've spoken to, it's their understanding that hasn't been a case before the board since they changed the 781 after COVID. So I'm not sure whether or not that would make a difference. I've looked through the records and I don't think I found one either. So
Well, what this is art. This matter is scheduled for a show
June
cause
7th.
hearing. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, June 7th. All right. That's the board does not typically meet in person, and we have not, although we do have a new boardroom, and so I'm not sure what that would take for everyone to be in person for a hearing on June 4th.
Mhm.
So I can't make a decision currently But what I would ask that you and the government can discuss the type of evidence that's going to be presented and provided to our legal office, and have our legal office see if a solution can be, if a solution can be reached outside of in-person hearing, because I'm not sure, I'm not averse to having an in-person hearing, but for the reasoning that you're making the request, I am not sure if an in-person hearing will be beneficial to the parties. I don't know at this juncture,
Hmm.
so I would just ask that
All right, sounds good. I could reach out to Ms. Brown again and see if we could resolve something or figure something out.
right, and also reach out to Ms. Brown and reach out to our legal office, and so the parties can jointly reach out to our legal office and try to figure out how is it that what you need to address can be accomplished. Okay.
Hmm. Okay.
All right. So this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 4th at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose their documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying upon those documents. And what that means, Mr. Casey, is that you're supposed to send your documents to the Assistant Attorney General and also provide a copy to ABCA Legal, and they will also do the same to you also. And I believe that you should be able to accomplish that process through accomplish I believe that the parties should be able to come to some accommodation with those disclosures. Okay,
All
so
right, sounds good. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Have a great day, and we'll either see you virtual, or if it can't be that way, we'll figure out what will occur on June 4th at 10:30.
Mhm.
All right, thank you. Have a great day.
Yep, you too.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00022, Montana Liquors, license number 97473. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
No licensee, Chairman.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Matus, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Assistant Attorney General Sophia Mitas, SOPHIA
Good morning, ma'am. The licensee is not here this morning. However, there's no requirement for the licensee to appear at a show cause hearing status. This case is then scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 4th at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing. A failure by either party to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that party from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. All right, ma'am. Thank you. Have a great. Thank you, ma'am. You have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. The next case that's scheduled on our calendar is a motion hearing for case number 25 PRO 00009, Proper Exotic, license number 128697. This hearing has been rescheduled to June 11th at 10:30 a.m. The next case on the calendar, it's a fact-finding hearing regarding case number 25-251-00008, Allure Lounge, license number 108303. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure. Mente Zerahun, your access elevated. Lead investigator Felicia Dancer, access elevated. Captain Adam Christ, elevated. That is all, Chair.
Thank you. Can everyone come on camera, please? I'm waiting for the licensee to come on camera. Do you have a camera that you can turn on?
Yes.
Mr. Amente.
Yes. What is the camera?
You can click start video. That should start it.
I have mute. Okay, start video. Yes.
All right, good morning, sir. You can pull, yes, that's perfect. Good morning. All right, good morning, sir. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
First name Zerion, Zeriahun. Last name Amente, Amente.
And what's your relationship to the establishment,
The only.
sir? Ms. Dantzler, can you please identify yourself for the record, please, ma'am?
Good morning. My name is Felicia Dantzler, ABCA investigator.
Good morning. Captain Chris, can you please identify yourself for the record, sir?
My name is Adam Christ, ADAMCRIST. I'm captain with Metropolitan Police Department's 1st District.
Good morning. Good morning. Mr. Amente, this is a fact-finding hearing, and let me just provide some background to you about a fact-finding hearing. At this juncture, all the board is doing is gathering information. The board, during a fact-finding, it's an informal hearing. I will not swear in any witnesses. So it's informal in the sense that we're just gathering information. The board at a fact-finding hearing cannot order you to take any specific action. You, however, can volunteer to take action. However, the board cannot order you at a fact-finding hearing to take any specific action. At the end of this hearing, this is what the board can do. The board can determine that we will take no further action, or the board can refer this matter to the office. The board could refer this action to the Office of Attorney General for them to determine if any ABCA violation has occurred. So that's the process of how this hearing is, sir. We will ask. I'll provide some background. I'll have some questions. I'll have our lead investigator, Dantzler, provide us some information about the case. We'll also have Captain Chris also provide some background information on the case. And you are welcome after the board has had an opportunity to ask lead investigator Dantzler and Captain Chris that the board is allowed to ask questions. You can also ask questions, sir. And at that point, you can, if you want to make a statement or tell us what your position is, sir, you have that opportunity. But as I stated before, it's a fact-finding here. It's an informal hearing. The board cannot order you to make any specific, for you to take any specific actions in this case. Any questions that you have, sir, prior to us starting?
No, can I grab a pen or pencil?
You can do it. Sure, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so let me just set some background. So on Tuesday, February 18th, 2025, at approximately 9:50 p.m., a homicide by a shooting occurred outside of the establishment, a lower lounge. Lead investigator Felicia Danzel appeared on the scene at approximately 10:40 p.m. after she got a call from supervisor investigator Earl Jones. The long and short of it is that a homicide occurred at your establishment, and based on the nature of the incident, we receive a request from the Metropolitan Chief Smith on February 19th, 2025, requesting that we have this fact-finding hearing. And so we're having this fact-finding hearing, sir. And I think what I will do, I want to start off with, I'll start off with Captain Chris. And maybe Captain Chris, you can just provide us some background. Why is that the chief requested that we have this fact-finding hearing, sir?
Yes, sir. As you had stated, on February 18th, 2025 at approximately 9:43 p.m., members of MPD's 1st District responded to the 700 block of 8th Street for the report of a shooting. Responding officers located an adult male laying in the eastbound streetcar tracks, suffering from a gunshot wound to the head. Life-saving efforts were unsuccessful and the victim was pronounced deceased at the scene. Our preliminary investigation led us to the Allure Bar and Lounge located at 711 H Street Northeast. Our CCTV cameras at the intersection of 7th and H showed that both the victim and the two suspects came out of the Allure Bar and Lounge and started walking westbound on 8th Street. The victim got into his vehicle, which was parked a few parking spots down closer to 7th. Those two suspects, one of them came over, pulled him out of the vehicle, while the other one came around and shot him. There was no deviation after they had left that location, so our preliminary belief was that their firearm that they used in that offense was inside of the nightclub. Due to that is the reason why we requested an ABCA investigator to respond to the scene, and just to we requested the fact-finding letters to ensure that all proper security procedures are being followed, and that there was no violations, in reference to that. So that's why we kind of put it up for you guys.
All right, thank you. I just have maybe like two questions to ask, and then I'm going to ask lead investigator Dantzler. Captain Chris, did the establishment, did they cooperate with MPD in conducting the investigation?
It's my understanding that they did. I was there that night. I know our homicide detectives were looking at video upstairs with the owner. So it's my understanding. I wasn't directly involved in that, but it's my understanding that they were cooperative. Yes.
And I'm not sure if you know this, has any arrest been made in this incident?
At this point, the case is still open and being investigated by homicide branch. There's not been an arrest yet.
And I guess from MPD's perspective, do you believe better steps or process could have been implemented to avoid the shooting by the establishment?
Possibly. I think that's kind of, I'm not in depth on the timing of things as far as the criminal investigation side goes, or your guys' investigation. It's my belief from seeing the video that night that there was a gun inside of there, whether it was brought in by the suspects or whether it was, some other way was in there. So whether there could be enhanced security procedures, whether that's a metal detecting wand, better searches, more thorough searches, something like that, could be helped.
Thank you. I'm going to ask lead investigator Dancer to provide a background, and then the board members, once she provides more information, then board members are welcome to ask her questions and also ask Captain Chris questions. And then once that occurs, then Mr. Armenta, then you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of both witnesses. Okay. Ms. Dantzler, can you just briefly let me tell us, how did you become aware of this incident, ma'am?
Supervisory investigator Earl Jones advised my team that there was a shooting involving Allure Lounge. And when he made the announcement through a text message in Teams, I was already in the block across the street from Allure. And so I did see that there was a body on the corner of 7th and H Street, actually on H, and that I did not connect that incident with Allure because it was outside of the establishment.
All right, so were you able to do an investigation of this incident, ma'am?
Yes, approximately 5 minutes or so after SI Jones alerted the team to the incident, I arrived at Allure and was met by several police officers who stated to me that there was that they learned that the victim and the suspects were patrons of Allure Lounge.
And did you do an investigation?
I did. I spoke. I wasn't able to immediately interview anyone at the direction of the homicide detectives. They were still conducting their inquiries. So approximately an hour later, I was able to speak with Mr. Amente as well as a couple of the employees of the establishment. And from the interviews, when I spoke with Mr. Amente, he stated that he arrived at the establishment at approximately 2:30 in the afternoon. At 5 p.m., the establishment opened. The establishment was incident free. However, late in the evening, in the 9 o'clock hour, is when he noticed a skinny male and involved in some sort of verbal dispute with a couple of other patrons inside the establishment. At that time, he intervened to break up the verbal dispute, and then he returned to what he was doing. But he wasn't sure when the victim, the skinny male, was the victim, and I don't know the victim's name, left the establishment, so he was unaware when the parties left the establishment. I also learned through Micaiah Page, who was a bartender. She stated that she waited on everyone that night, the victim, including the alleged suspects, and that everyone was pleasant, and she did not hear any sounds of gunshots or anything. It wasn't until she turned around and saw that the patrons had left the establishment. I also interviewed Terrell McDonald, who identified himself as the security guard. Mr. McDonald stated that he arrived at approximately 8:40 p.m. that night. He stated that the victim was already at the establishment, so he did not conduct any pat downs on the victim. But he said the 3 to 4 males that were at the alleged suspects, he did pat them down when they came to the establishment. Mr. McDonald further went on to say that he was standing in front of the establishment on the inside when he saw the victim and the suspects at the rear of the establishment. He then saw that the victim was walking backwards into the well towards the front of the door, and the suspects were walking towards towards the victim. Mr. McDonald stated that he and Mr. Amente and another employee interrupted the verbal dispute and separated the parties. The suspects went to an area of the establishment, and the victim joined his party. And Mr. McDonald stated that he couldn't remember when the victim and the group left either. I also interviewed Stefan Scarborough, who was the DJ, and Mr. Scarborough stated that he arrived between 8:20 and 8:25, and that he did not hear any sounds of gunshots because the music was very loud. I did receive some video from Mr. Amente. He did send me video, I believe it was the next day of the incident. And I saw that Mr. Amente was working on a computer, but I also noticed that he was aware. He happened to look up and he took notice that of the posture of the victim and the suspects, seeing that they were involved in some sort of verbal dispute. He and another unnamed employee intervened and broke up the situation. And also, the video at times, it skipped. So there was some separation in time at points where the forward movement of everyone in the video was not connecting. So there were points where I saw Mr. Amente as well as Mr. McDonald. I saw them prior to the shooting. They were outside of the establishment. Mr. Amente, I believe he was the one that was on the sidewalk, and Mr. McDonald was at the front door with the door open. I could not hear any sounds of gunshots, but what I did see was the reaction of the people on the street, as well as Mr. Mente and Mr. McDonald's reaction to the gunshots. Folks inside of the establishment also reacted. There was a table closest to the front door, and I saw the patrons run. And so did the others inside the establishment react by running as well. I believe that Mr. Mente did respond as quickly as he could to the incident prior to the shooting by breaking up the incident. And I also noticed that Mr. McDonald in the video, a closer inspection of the video, I saw that Mr. McDonald seemed to have a relationship with the suspects. I saw him embrace the suspects prior to the shooting by giving them a hug, or I guess dapping, street term. So there seemed like there was some sort of affiliation with he and the suspects. And that was pretty much what I observed.
So, what was wrong with the camera? I mean, just generally from your opinion. I mean, did it appear that the camera was manipulated? Because you're saying that it was not consistent. So what?
I did not believe that it was manipulated. It just seemed like they were just, I don't know if it was the internet connection. At times, the video was, for the most part, clear, but it would transition from color to black and white when the victim and the suspects were in the rear of the establishment by the restrooms. It was kind of difficult to see really what was going on back there, but there was something that was happening, but I didn't believe that the video was manipulated. I think it was actually perhaps the pixels with, some sort of interruption with the internet.
Okay, fine. Now, were they, from what you were able to see from the video, were the suspects, were the individuals, were they escorted out of the establishment by the applicant or any staff member, by the licensee or any staff member?
No, no, the suspect as well as the victim left at separate times, but in close proximity. The victim left first. And then,
no one from the establishment had put any of the individuals out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what time did this incident occur?
The incident of the verbal dispute, it occurred, brief indulgence. It looks to have occurred around 9:30-ish, 9:30-ish, 9:32-ish, something like that.
What are the hours of operation for this establishment?
I believe the operating hours is from 11 a.m. until 2 a.m.
Now you're saying that was it Mr. McDonald? Is Mr. McDonald the security individual?
Yes.
So you're saying he said that he pat down, who did he pat down, and do you, and because I think you had stated that someone was there when he got there, but he allegedly pat down some individual. So who was there when Mr. McDonald got to work, and who did he pat down?
The victim, the decedent, was already at the establishment, and Mr. McDonald stated that he pat down the suspects.
Do you know if he used a wand?
He did not use a wand.
Were you able to see any camera footage with this pat down that occurred?
No.
Let me see. Hold on. I guess from in reviewing and talking to the security guard ownership and reviewing the video, do you believe that there's anything that the establishment that either Mr. Mente or Mr. McDonald could have done to prevent this incident?
No, I don't. I think Mr. Mente responded quickly to the verbal dispute. I was on the video, watching the victim. I didn't see that. It appeared that he wasn't like very upset after the verbal dispute. He sat down and was still engaged with the group that he was with.
Now, were you able to I guess the bottom line is that, do you know whether or not, or were you able to tell whether or not this weapon was inside the establishment when the individuals were in the establishment?
No, I could not tell if there was a weapon inside of the establishment.
Did you, just at first blush, did you find any? Ms. Dantzler, are you there? Ms. Dantzler.
I'll check with HR.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Dantzler. All right.
Okay, I lost connection here.
Yeah.
What I was able to understand from the video is that the victim left first. The group of males consisted of 2 to 4 individuals. One of the males left the group, and I didn't see that person leave. Then 2 males left from the group, leaving 1 left behind. And within seconds of the victim leaving, I want to say about 6 to 7 seconds of him leaving, that's when I saw the reaction of the the people on the street and Mr. Mente and Mr. McDonald reacting to gunshots.
All right, so who left first? The victim left first or the other individuals left first?
The victim left first.
And so he left. And so then you're saying the other individuals left?
Yes.
And you're saying within 6 seconds after the other individuals left, you heard the gunshot?
I can see the reaction to the
You
gunshots.
see the reaction.
Yes.
I think one of the things I'm trying to find out, because I can't say, were you able to review any camera operation of the individuals outside the establishment to see once they left the establishment, did they go to a car? Or, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to find out is that once they left the establishment, do you know whether or not they went somewhere where they could have gotten a weapon, or because of the timing, that they probably had the weapon inside of the establishment? I guess that's what I'm trying to find out, if you're able to tell based on any review of cameras.
Right. I understand your question. One gentleman left that I don't know when that individual left. And so when the victim left, the group was down to 3 individuals. So one of the individuals left, I don't know when that person left. And then shortly thereafter, 2 of the individuals left. And then the last individual left from the group. And then there was gunfire shortly after that, the 2 left. So it appears that it was quick. But I can't say with certainty, was the gun inside the establishment.
Okay, hold on, Captain. I'll get to you just 1 minute.
And
I'm sorry.
Yeah, as it relates to the cameras on the outside, I did ask Mr. Mente about outside cameras, and he stated that he used to have outside cameras installed, whereas he helped MPD with, this was a separate incident unrelated to this, in that he provided video to MPD. Mr. Mente says somehow parties in that incident discovered that he provided video and he received some threats for turning over videos. So he felt threatened. He has removed the cameras that he once had installed outside his establishment due to threats.
Thank you. Yes, Captain.
So I can answer your question about the external camera side of it, for whether or not they stopped at a vehicle. They did not. The 2 suspects proceeded down. As soon as they walked out, they immediately started walking westbound. So they did not stop at a vehicle. So it's not like they went and got the gun from the car. So.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, any questions of binding board members of either Captain Chris or lead investigator Dan Fuller? Mr. Amente, do you have any questions of the investigator or Captain Chris?
No, no.
So, Mr. Amente, is there anything that you want to state today, sir?
Yes, we always do our best to prevent any kind of situation. I have a sign, no weapon allowed in the window, and we do really pat down, like both parties said, it wasn't really we thought it's going to happen this way because it wasn't really like a fight. They just argued a little bit. I don't know what to call the argument, but just happened. I don't think a law involved in any of such these things.
So, Mr. Mendes, so tell me, do you have security, sir?
Yes.
What day of the week did this incident occur?
I'm sorry?
What day of the week did this incident occur?
On a Tuesday.
It was a Tuesday, approximately what time?
I think 9:30.
And do you know what time the individuals got into the establishment?
No.
So you provide security, like on a Tuesday, a typical Tuesday. What level of security do you have, and when is it that they start working?
So I have one on my phone, and I have one.
No. I said security. What type of security do you offer? You provide? Do you have security guards? And if you
Yes.
on a Tuesday, and how many security guards do you have who works on Tuesday, and what are the hours of
Tuesday only one.
And what time does the security this individual comes to work?
Usually 8.
8.
Yeah.
And what time did you open this day?
5.
5 o'clock. So if I was to show up, so what type of so if someone comes to your establishment on a Tuesday at 6 o'clock when you're open, do they have to go through security?
So what we do is, since like usually like just the food, we're not really club, so it's just like restaurant. So we don't get really people coming. We don't do much music, anything. So we just ask IDs by the bar, like other places.
So what type
when entertainment start, like we start entertainment like around 9. Security comes like 8.
All right. So what type of license do you have?
Tavern.
You have a tavern license.
Yeah.
And so prior to 9 o'clock, if someone comes into the establishment, do they go through security? Or better yet, so let's say at 7 o'clock, what type of security do they go through to enter your establishment at 7 o'clock on a typical Tuesday?
We just check IDs.
So who checks IDs?
The bar, like when they come in by the bar, we check IDs.
So someone can just come into the establishment without going through, say, at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. Someone can just walk off the street and walk inside your establishment without going through security. Is that correct?
Yes. The reason is that that's how how do I explain? It's not a clever. It's not like we never have this kind of situation. So yeah, I don't know if that's wrong or not, but yeah, my security started at 8 o'clock.
All right. So tell me, you said it's a tavern. So explain to us your business model for your establishment, sir.
What do you mean? We
What
serve
type of business do you have?
we serve
Okay.
food and alcohol. Just really like a line, just really not a club or anything. It's just chill place. We not we have karaoke and most of the time we do R&B nights.
All right. So what happens on a typical? What's a typical Tuesday night in your establishment, if there is any such thing as a typical Tuesday night? What happens on Tuesday night?
No, it's just low. Honestly, like every Tuesday, I'm gonna have like 20, 25 people every Tuesday. It's not really a busy place.
And what type of food do you serve
bar food. We have dinner as well.
What do you serve? Tell me what you, sir. I don't know your play. I don't know your business, sir. Just tell me what do you serve? What do you, I don't know. Tell me.
We have chicken wings. We have rice pasta. We have tacos. Tuesdays usually we do tacos.
And your kitchen. What time does your kitchen open, sir? And what time does your kitchen close on Tuesday?
The kitchen open. I'll say like by 7. I mean by 7 or 6. Yeah.
And what time does the kitchen close? 12. How many kitchen staff do you have, sir?
1 hour. 1 hour earlier than the closing.
And how many people work in the kitchen?
1, sometimes 2. It's not really heavy food sale as well.
So you have 1 person working in the kitchen, sometimes 2. So who serves the food?
The bartenders or me or the chef bring it out the food when it's ready.
So all right, after you guys, so did you hear the gunshot?
Yes, I heard. Yeah.
So how did your establishment respond once you heard the gunshot?
So I was in the back. I think everybody running towards to the back of the lure, and some people I think trying to get inside as well from outside, I believe.
So did you allow folks from the outside to run inside after they heard the gunshot?
That was a quick moment, so I think we locked the door. He locked the door. Not anybody to come outside, leave outside, whoever inside.
Did anyone from your establishment call the police?
Yeah, we did. I think police heard.
No, I'm asking a different question. I said, did anyone from your establishment call the police?
I believe we did, yeah.
Do you have a security plan?
Yes.
Your establishment does have a security plan, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have submit that a couple of years ago because the board ordered me to do so.
So the board ordered you to have a security plan?
I think so. Yeah, it's been a minute, yes. 3-4 years ago.
All right. Before Ms. Dancer, did you review their security plan as part of your investigation?
I reviewed ABCA's records, and our records show that the establishment does not have a security plan, only a settlement agreement.
Mr. Amenta, so you're saying you were ordered to have a security plan?
Yeah, I do believe, yes. I still have a copy. I remember giving our brother security plan. I do remember that. It's like 3-4 years ago.
All right. Any questions by any board members of Mr. Amenta? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Good morning, Mr. Mente. I was wondering, the investigator mentioned about the camera that you had at your front door. Currently today, there's no camera there?
Not just that day. I didn't have it because I gave the police the main camera, which is the office. So they brought this guy and they took everything that they asked for. So it wasn't, there's no way like I'm gonna do anything on that particular day or time. Okay. I gave them the right then, right there, the camera.
The police came. That evening, you allowed MPD access to
they were in the office. Yeah, within an hour or 45 minutes, they asked me, and I just gave them the access for the office, and they did what they have to do. And I didn't say no or anything, but yeah, same day, the same time.
But at one point, there was never a camera outside?
I stopped the outside camera probably 2 years ago. I used to have it back then, but no, after that, I checked. I'm not responsible to have it outside the camera. Then I disabled it. But the inside camera still shows.
Is that part of your security plan to take away the camera?
And on security plan, I didn't mention outside the camera either. Everything that I do remember on the security plan, there's camera that will show over there too. I believe eight of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions of Mr. Amente? I guess for Captain Chris, is there any additional comments or questions you want to raise before I bring this hearing to a closure?
No, sir.
Ms. Dantzler, you're saying that you're not aware that they have a security plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Any final comments you want to make before I bring this hearing to a closure?
Just
I can find it.
Hold on 1 minute, please, sir. Hold on, sir. Hold on. Go ahead.
I'm just listening to what Mr. Amente stated as it relates to the patrons running into the establishment and the establishment locking the door. The video that I watched does not show that type of activity. So I don't know why that information is not there. Like I stated, the cameras at times did skip. So like I said, it could be an internet connection issue, but I think it would be helpful if we were to see the operations of the cameras on a different day to see if this is a consistent situation or was that an anomaly for that particular night. But to have
hold on a minute, please. Mr. Amente is gone, and I'm not quite sure if he's in his establishment. So let me, Mr. Amente. Mr. Amente.
I sent him a message, Chairman, but no reply.
It's appropriate we're talking about his camera and his camera skipping, and then I just, on point, we've lost him. Mr. Amente.
Hello?
All right, I don't know what happened, Mr.
Yeah, my laptop is the battery dead. This is my phone. I just plugged it.
All right, that's fine, sir. Ms. Dantzler, you were, if you remember what you were stating earlier.
yes, just to the point of having the video, I think it would be helpful to see whether or not if the disconnects with the video was just an anomaly for that night, or is it just how the camera system is working? Because what Mr. Mente has described as them locking the door and
I wasn't
Mr. Mente, hold on, please. I'm going to give you an
Okay.
opportunity, sir. Hold on.
All right.
Go ahead.
just what Mr. Mente described as individuals from the street running into the establishment. None of that I saw on camera. So I would like to see maybe a better system, or to see if this is, or he has a system that does have that, but it was just a Wi-Fi issue. But just to, if he's going to have these cameras installed, that we definitely, along with MPD, would need some better video surveillance to help with the investigations.
Well, all right, before I go back to you, Mr. Minter, Captain Chris, did you personally observe review the cameras there?
I observed the camera footage from MPD's crime camera, the one that was out at 7th and H. I was not involved in the reviewing of camera footage inside of the establishment.
No, do you know whether or not your office had any concerns with the quality of the camera footage from the establishment? Do you, if you know if that was an issue from MPD's perspective?
I wouldn't be able to speak on it.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Mente, what is it that you want to say, sir?
It was fast. The situation happened that quick because from a little situation went to bad. So when I say lock the door, I might not like I seen people running towards the back, so it might be from outside, or might be from inside. But it's really when I say lock the door, I might not be really right. But that's why we do if anything happened, we try to save the people inside already. So
All right, Mr. Mente, any final comments that you want to make about this hearing, sir?
no.
Let me
I
ask you a
didn't.
question. I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead. Ask me this.
How old is your camera system, sir?
Since I opened,
How long ago was that?
6 years now.
And when was the last time? So how does your camera typically work? I mean, does it?
So I gave MPD two of them. One on my phone. Now that's a different one. It works with Wi-Fi, and I have one that works with a line. It was a wire. So they took that or as well. The one I sent it to the investigator is the one the police detective who sat down and picked all those videos. That's the same video that I sent to the our investigator. I didn't like the same one. He take a copy from my laptop.
No, would you have a problem, or would you be amenable to ABRA coming in and just routinely look at your camera operation, sir?
Yes, no problem.
Okay, so as I stated before, we can't order you to do anything. We can only ask, and you are welcome to say no. But in
No,
this
I mean
particular,
it's okay, no problem.
all right. So, Ms. Dantzler, can you please let your investigator know that I'm sorry, your supervisor, our chief, knows that Mr. Mente is amenable to one of our investigators coming to look at his camera system, so we can make arrangements for that to occur. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. I as I stated, I'm going to bring this hearing to closure. As I stated, Mr. Mente, these are the options that the board has today. We can decide that we'll take no further action because based on what we gathered today, we believe that no ABCA violation occur, and so we're not going to take any further action. Or the board can decide that we believe that an ABCA violation might have occurred, and we would submit this case to the Office of Attorney General for them to determine if they will bring a show cause matter against your establishment. Excuse me, but that's basically where we are today. Okay, sir. So those are the options that the board has today. So, Captain Chris, thank you for you appearing today. Lead investigator Dantzler, thank you for being here today. And Mr. Mente, thank you for being here today. So the board will take this matter under advisement, and we will advise you of our decision. Okay? Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too.
And with that, the board is at the end of its morning calendar. And since the board is at the end of its morning calendar, I'm going to do the agenda items for this morning. The board will now do our legal agenda alcohol. The first matter on our legal agenda alcohol is review of public comment to the amendment settlement agreement. This is Millis, license number 100214. This is just an FYI for the board. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement. This is for Urban Roast. This is license number 130743. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement. This is for Land of Thousand Hills, license number 131348. I make a motion that we approve the agreement. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of request for an expedited qualifications review. This is for 1831 Bar Lounge, license number 116855. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I wholeheartedly agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of letter from Shaw community members opposing substantial change. This is for Play DC Restaurant and Lounge, license number 112274. This is an FYI for the board. Number 6, review of precedent for dismissal. This is for Kiddis. This is in case number 24 CMP 00044, license number 119361. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review of recipe for dismissal. This is Kiddis Lounge, in case number 24 CMP 00052. The license number is 119361. I make a motion that we approve this recipe for dismissal. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda alcohol addendum. And the first matter on this addendum, it is an offer in compromise for case number 24 CMP 00077. District Liquors license number 000023. And so let me find the offer in compromise. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, failed to maintain books and records on premises. Statutory authority, 23 DCMR Section 1208. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise, and if payment is not made in 30 days, the license will be suspended until the payment has been made. Charge 2, fail to follow settlement agreement. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. There is a fine of $250 made payable within 30 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise. If payment is not made in 30 days, the license will be suspended until payment has been made. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. Number 1 on that agenda is review of an offer in compromise. This is for case number 25 ULC 00019, and this is Street Lawyer and Licensed Establishment, and the offer in compromise is as follows. Number 1, respondent affirms that it has permanently vacated the premises. Number 2, respondent affirms that it has ceased all unlicensed cannabis sales on the premises and out online. Number 3, respondent agrees to not sell cannabis and cannabis products at the premises, online, or at any other location in the District of Columbia without a medical cannabis retail license. Number 4, respondent is not precluded from proceeding with any pending medical cannabis retail license application, but the summary closure may be considered by the board pursuant to 22C DCMR Section 5400.1A. And number 5, respondent shall pay a fine of $10,000 by July 1st, 2025. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda medical cannabis addendum. Number 1, review of an offer in compromise. This is for case number 25 ULC 00020. This is Buds and Roses. Hold on. The offer in compromise for Buds and Roses is as follows. Number 1, products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent confirms that it has ceased selling cannabis or cannabis products and agrees to not offer, exchange, or sell either in the stores or online the following products: cannabis or cannabis-derived products, including all cannabinoids, hemp, and CBD. Number 2, kratom. And number 3, any Schedule 1 substance, including psychedelic mushrooms and dimethylamine, DIMETHYLTRYPTAMINE, otherwise known as DMT. Number 2, remediation. To remediate, To remediate the unlicensed sale of cannabis and cannabis products that occurred in the business, respondent will change its business model to a legitimate tobacco retail operation under the trade name Tobacco King. Before lifting the summary closure, respondent shall provide documentation to the board that it has changed its trade name with the Department of License and Consumer Protection. Number 3, inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the business during those hours that it is open to the public to verify that the business is not selling those products listed in paragraph 1 until such time as a medical cannabis retail license is issued by the ABC board. Number 4, licensing. Notwithstanding paragraph 1, nothing in this OIC precludes respondent from applying for a medical cannabis retail license. Number 5, lifting of the summary closure. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until the multi-agency cannabis enforcement team has inspected the entire premises. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until the board is satisfied that the requirements of paragraphs 1 and 2 have been fulfilled. Respondent shall file a motion to lift the summary suspension showing it has satisfied the terms of paragraph 1 and 2, and the district agrees not to oppose that motion should it agree that the terms have been met. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of amendment offer in compromise. This is for case number 25 ULC 00025. This is Legacy DC. The offer in compromise for Legacy DC is as follows. Products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent shall cease operating as an unlicensed cannabis retailer selling cannabis and cannabis products or taking any other actions that violate DC Code Section 7-1671.08a. Respondent shall cease all cannabis activities on the premises. B. Respondent agrees not to sell or deliver cannabis or cannabis products online without a medical cannabis license. C. Respondent will not sell or serve alcohol without an alcohol license from the Alcohol Beverage and Cannabis Board. 2. Remediation. To remediate the sale of cannabis and cannabis products that occurred at the business, respondent will change its business model on the second floor and operate as a pottery business under the name Hokey Pottery. The third floor will be an event space operated by SADC LLC under the trade name Urban Oasis. Before lifting the summary closure, respondent shall provide documentation to the board that Legacy has changed its trade name with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection and that the event space is properly registered with DLCP. 3. Inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the business during those hours that it is open to the public to verify that the business is not selling those products listed in paragraph 1. 4. Cease and desist order to remain in effect. The respondent's current cease and desist order number 2024-663 issued September 25th, 2024 shall remain in effect. A violation of the respondent's cease and desist order shall be grounds for the board to issue a subsequent notice of summary closure. 5. Pending licensure. Respondent is not precluded from proceeding with his social equity conditional medical cannabis retail license, ABRA 128829. Number 6, lifting of the summary closure. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until the board is satisfied that the requirements paragraph 1 and 2 have been fulfilled. Respondent shall file a motion to lift the summary suspension showing it has satisfied the terms of paragraph 1 and 2. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Meadows, I'll agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. All right, we're going to now move to our alcohol license agenda for today. There are 4 requests on this agenda. I'm going to review all 4. I will provide the recommendations. At the end, I will ask that the ABC board members vote to affirm the recommendations as put forth by the chair. So number 1 is the review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Mr. Braxton Bar and Kitchen, license number 114201. The recommendation is that we approve this through September 30th, 2025. Number 2, review application for Sidewalk Cafe endorsement. This is for Alta Strada Embassy Road, Canopy, Embassy Row, license number 071165. I make a motion that this matter be placarded. Number 3, review request for approval to provide a gift of prepared food samples that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishment. This is a request has been made from Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554, recommendation approval. And number 4, review request for off-premises storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at 3521 V Street Northwest. This request is being made by SOMPICK, SOMMPICKS, license number 098591, the recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the alcohol license agenda is read in the record with the recommendations be approved by the ABC board members. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the cancellation agenda, Class A. There are 3 establishments on this agenda. I'll review the names and recommendations, and I'll make a motion at the end that the ABC board cancels these establishments. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined before. The number 1, Cadister Wines, license number 121495. The licensee did not pay the second year annual payment. Number 2, Authorized Rosie, license number 123823. The licensee did not pay the second year annual payment. Number 3, Barrel Nation, license number 125121. The licensee did not pay the second year annual payment. I make a motion that ABC board cancel these licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
And I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Unkey or NKEI license number 119219, the licensee requested cancellation. I therefore make a motion that ABC board cancels this license. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
And Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our cease and desist agenda retail licenses. The ABC board will be issuing orders to cease and desist to the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. Across the Pond Restaurant and Pub, license number 106099. The licensee did not renew. I make a motion that ABC board issue a cease and desist order for this establishment. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the vacate cease and desist orders agenda. On this agenda, there are 37 establishments. Without objection, the ABC board is vacating the following orders to cease and desist previously issued on April 23rd, 2025, and this is for the 37 licensees on this agenda. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 15 licensees. I will review, for the 15, I will review the name, the category, the event, the date, the license number, and the attendees, and I will make a recommendation. At the end of the list, I will ask that the ABC board vote to affirm the recommendations made by the chair. So number 1 is a request from Emily Morrison for one-day license class F. This is for a performance on May 17th. The license number is 132381. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 2, a request from Angela Bethea for one-day license class G. This is for an event, a concert on May 10th. The license number is 132376. 200 attendees, 8 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 3, a request from Antoinette Hudson, a one-day license class G. This is for World Pride 2025 event. This is May 24th. The license number is 132389. 700 attendees, 50 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 4, a request from Gabrielle Jerry Green for one-day license class G. This is for the World Pride 2025 event. This is May 10th. The license number is 132395. 125 attendees, 3 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 5, a request from Jessica Wilson, a one-day license class G. This is a wedding. This is June 6th. The license number is 132412. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 6, a request from Kiki 915 U Street for one-day substantial change. World Pride 2025 event. The nature of the substantial change, using the license off premises at 1309 5th Street Northeast and at 903 U Street Northwest for World Pride. The event is 5/28 to June 1st, 2025. The license number is 119480. Substantial change licenses 25 SC 00786. Recommendation approval. Number 7, Kiki 915 U Street, one-day substantial change. World Pride 2025 event. Nature of substantial change. Using license off premises at 1309 5th Street Northeast and at 903 U Street Northwest for World Pride. This is June 2nd to June 5th. The license number is 119480. Substantial change license is 25 SC 00787. Recommendation approval. Number 8, Kiki 915 U Street, one-day substantial change event, World Pride 2025 event. Nature of substantial change, using license off premises at 1309 5th Street Northeast and 903 U Street Northwest for World Pride. This is June 6th through June 8th. The license number is 119480. Substantial change license is 25 SC 00788. Recommendation approval. Number 9, DC Brewery, one-day substantial change. Festival for the DC Brewers and DC Makers, nature of substantial change. Change to host DC Brewers Guild and DC Makers Showcase. This is May 31st. The license number is 085083. Substantial change license is 25 SC 00789. Recommendation approval. Number 10, Little Coca's one-day substantial change is for Gala. Nature of substantial change, use license off premises at 3815 Fort Drive Northwest. The event date is May 17th. The license number is 097047. Substantial change license is 25 SC 00790. Number 11, Dog Days DC LLC, one-day substantial change. This is for World Pride celebration. The nature of substantial change seeks permission to offer entertainment, which is a DJ. This is June 7th and June 8th. The license number is 123636. Substantial change license is 25 SC 00798. Approval. Number 12, the Wonderland Ballroom, one-day substantial change, a festival. Nature of substantial change to extend summer garden to street for festival. This is June 7th. The license number is 071202. Substantial change license is 25 SC 00797. Recommendation approval. And number 13 is Whitlow's one-day substantial change. This is to watch a soccer game. Nature of substantial change to operate 3 hours earlier than our regular time. This is on May 17th. The license number is 082871. Substantial change license is 25 SC 00803. Recommendation approval. I therefore may make a motion that ABC Board vote to adopt the recommendations that's put forth by the chair for the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Let's now do the medical cannabis licensing agenda. On this agenda, there are 5 requests. I will review all 5 in the record. At the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board members to vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. Number 1, review of social equity application for conditional retail license. This is for AR Logistics LLC, license number 129052. The application is missing required documentation, so the recommendation is denial. Number 2, review of standard application for conditional manufacturer license. This is for West 2 East LLC, license number 132363. The application was submitted outside of an open application period. Recommendation denial. Number 3, review of packaging and advertising design. This is for High-End DC, license number 127840. Recommendation approval. Number 4, review of new product packaging. This is Alternative Solutions, license number 125495. Recommendation approval. Number 5, correction of license number, February 26, 2025, medical cannabis agenda. Review request to convert license from manufacturer type 2 to manufacturer type 1. This is DC's Finest, license number 125494. This is just an FYI for the board. I therefore make a motion that ABC board votes to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And our final agenda for the morning is our medical cannabis licensing administrative docket. I make a motion without objection that ABC board votes to approve the medical cannabis license administrative docket without objection. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We're now at the end of our morning calendar and agenda items. So the board will be in recess until 1:30 this afternoon. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Have a great afternoon, or good late morning afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on the record. Good afternoon again. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. Join us this afternoon are 4 other board members: Mr. Silas Grant, Ms. Terry Jean Quinn, Mr. David Meadows, and Mr. Ryan Jones. The board has 5 members for the conduct of business this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. We actually just have one hearing that we're going to have this afternoon. However, for participants, should you have any questions, or if you require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our afternoon calendar consists of the first case in our afternoon calendar is case number 24-251-00018, The Good Guys Restaurant, license number 899. This hearing has been continued to a date to be determined. The next case in our calendar is case number 24-PRO-00113, Love 420, license number 129942. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. So the only case that we have on our calendar this afternoon is a protest hearing for case number 25-PRO-00008, Aqua A12, license number 131013. Mr. Oriana, good afternoon. Can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Good afternoon. Andrew Klein, your access has been elevated. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Adele Sheehan, access elevated. Dan Kaufman, access elevated. Ari Gejnason, access elevated. Stacy Gejnason, access elevated. Andrew Petro, access elevated. Investigator Burnell Davis, access elevated. Gerard Brown, access elevated. Marion Connolly, access elevated. Susan Cedric, access elevated. And David Escobar and Caitlin Williams, access, and maybe DJ, access elevated. That is all term.
Thank you. Before we start, Mr. Klein, let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start with you, Mr. Klein.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Andrew Klein here on behalf of the applicant.
And who is the applicant, Mr. Klein?
The principals of the applicant are Ari Gadenson and Stacy Gadenson.
So can I have Ari Gadenson please spell and state your name for the record? You're on mute, sir. Unmute yourself, please.
Excuse me. Hi, I'm Ari Gadenson. First name is A-R-I. Last name is G-E-J-D-E-N-S-O-N.
And who are you, sir?
I'm the applicant.
And Miss Gadenson, please spell and state your name for the record.
My name is Stacy Gadenson, S-T-A-C-Y. Last name G-E-J-D-E-N-S-O-N.
Mr. Mixon.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Afternoon, rather. Cameron Mixon, counsel for the applicant, C-A-M-E-R-O-N-M-I-X-O-N.
Mr. Klein, who's protesting this this license, sir?
It is the ANC and a group of 5.
All right. Who represents the ANC? Who's the ANC representative?
My understanding was that it was to be Ellen Opperweiner. Oh, I think I just saw her flash on screen.
Do we have the representative of the ANC here? The person who has their hand up, please put your hand down, please. This Marion Conley, please put your hand down, please. Who is representing the ANC? Who is representing the group of 5 or more?
Might be Samuel Pastore.
All right. So can you come on camera, sir, and please identify yourself, if Mr.
So
Petro?
my understanding.
I'm sorry.
Hello?
Hold on. I'm sorry. Who's speaking? Can you come on camera, please? Yeah. Unmute yourself, sir. Who are you, sir?
Hello, I'm Samuel Pastore. I'm the vice chair of ANC 6B ABC committee, and I am letting you know that Ellen Oppenweiner is the chairperson of that committee, and she is listed here as Marion Connolly.
Well, then why can't Miss Conley, if you're the person, then come on camera, ma'am. I mean, I asked everyone to come on camera. The folks who have their hands up, come on camera. I don't know who these people are if you have your hands up. If you have a camera, turn your camera on. That's what I've asked. Where's Miss Conley? All right, Mr. Petro, who are you, sir? You have your hands up and put your hand down, sir. Who are you, sir?
So this is Andrew Petro representing the group of 5 neighbors.
Okay, sir. So you are the representative for Andrew Petro. You are the representative for the group of 5. Okay, hold on. And so is Miss Conley here, or the ANC representative here? Who's representing the ANC?
I believe Marion and Ellen are sharing the same screen.
Correct.
Can we have the ANC representative please identify themselves for the record, please? I need the ANC representative to identify themselves for the record.
I sent
Marion
them a
and
request on
Ellen, can you hear us?
I don't need anyone to be speaking because we have a court reporter who's transcribing everything. So if you're not recognized, please do not speak. I'm waiting to hear from the ANC representative to speak, to identify themselves.
That's me. My name is Ellen Opperweiner.
Do you have a camera you can turn on, ma'am?
It's on.
No, ma'am, it's not on.
Yeah. We're together. See, Marion Connolly and Ellen is what it says.
If you click start video, does that do anything?
I don't even see start video. Where is that?
It'd be towards the bottom, next to mute.
Nope. I'm sorry, Ellen, I don't see it. Start. I don't see it either. Let's see if somebody's telling. How about video? Is the video on here? I mean, audio.
Ma'am, I can hear you, but if you're going to represent the ANC, I need to see who I'm talking to. So I'm not going to have a hearing with someone that I can't do. And that's the ANC representative. Yes, ma'am, I can hear you. I can't see you. And if you're the ANC representative, I know that if you do a virtual meeting that you're on camera.
Okay, there I am. Can you see me now? Ask them to please tell you where on this webinar menu is the can you see me? Video. Click.
At the bottom, do you see controls? Mute, stop video, or start video?
No.
You may want to log out, log back in. See if that helps.
Okay, thank you.
If you see any requests for microphone approval, video approval, please allow.
There you go.
Yeah. Can you see now?
You need to log out, ma'am, and log back in. You're still logged on. So just log out and log back in, ma'am, and then put a request and we'll elevate you. So log out of this hearing and use the link to log back in, please. I need everyone, if you're not speaking, you need to mute your line, please.
Yeah, I got it. Did you fix it? Oh, you got it. Got it. I don't know why it wouldn't show up. Thank you, sweetie. Can you hear us now?
I've always been able to hear him. All right, so can you
Do you
please?
see us?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your representative, ma'am, who you represent?
Ellen Opper Weiner, Ellen. Last name is Opper Weiner, which is Opper with a hyphen, capital Weiner, and I'm representing ANC 6B as the protestant in this matter.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Sorry. Yeah.
All right, I guess who is representing the protestant at this hearing? Because I know at the protest hearing status, I informed the parties that because there are more than one protestant, you have to designate one person representing who's going to prosecute this protest. So who will be representing the protestants at the hearing today?
Well, I'll be representing ANC 6B, which is the protestant.
No, ma'am, you're all right. At the protest hearing status, I specifically informed both parties that because there's more than one protestant, you have to meet and determine who is moving forward today. So that we're going to have a joint protest. So I'm not going to have the ANC present its case and then the protest and then the group of five or more present its case. I need to have one representative who is going to represent both parties at this hearing today. So have the parties had that conversation, and who is that individual?
The answer is no. We have not had that conversation, and I was at that meeting, and I didn't understand. Your instruction because we did not meet. We have not met because there's not been a very good relationship between the parties.
What parties? I'm talking about I'm not talking about your conversation with the license for the applicant. I'm talking about the conversation between both protesting.
Yes, the conversations have been non-existent since that meeting.
All right.
Can you explain?
We're not going to have a hearing where the ANC is going to put on one case, and then the group of five or more are going to put on another case. That's not happening today.
Okay.
So, hold on, ma'am. Mr. Pedro, what is it that you have to say, sir?
Okay, yeah, we did reach out and did not hear back from the ANC. However, what I would recommend is that Ellen can lead the protesting group and simply call upon us to offer what we need to share.
All right, so how many witnesses does the ANC plan to call?
4.
So, but how many witnesses are there on the protesting side for the group of 5 or more?
You have to include me.
Well, we listed 4. I think we would have at least myself and Dave Escobar.
That's 6 right there.
Yeah. So if we can include that, I think we can proceed with that.
Okay. He's included. There's 4. I said, oh, oh.
I'm sorry, what you were saying, ma'am?
I'd like to get a clarification. Are we talking about, we want to call 4 witnesses ourselves, the ANC?
The ANC wanted to call 4 witnesses.
Yes.
And the protesters said that they want to call 2 witnesses.
Okay, just want to be sure that's clear.
No, well, all right, but my instruction said that you only had 5. So are you making a motion? So you're requesting permission to call 6 witnesses today. Is that what's been asked?
Yes, I would like to make that motion that we will be able to call, the protestants be able to call 6 witnesses.
Mr. Klein, do you have a position on the motion, sir?
I mean, we would oppose. The parties are allowed 5, but I mean, the issue is whether the testimony is going to be duplicative, and I suspected that it will. So I would respectfully request that the protestants be held to what it was that the board ordered when this case was scheduled for hearing.
When the matter was scheduled for hearing, the instructions clearly stated that the protestants were supposed to advise, they were supposed to meet and come up with a representative. Also, the instructions were clear to state that if you need more time or if you need more witness, you can make a motion to the board. The protestants is now making a motion to the board to state that they need 1 additional witness, which is 6 rather than 5. And so I make a motion that that be granted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5 to 0. I know that council is objecting. However, as part of the instructions, I did state that if the protestants require more time or more witnesses, they should make a motion to request that. And the motion was requested, and so the board is in favor of for an additional witness. All right, this hearing has to be over at 4:30, unfortunately, because of the budgetary constraints that the district currently is under. The board is able to work, but the staff is not able to work past 5 o'clock. Okay, so if this hearing is not going to be over, say 4:30, 4:45, it has to be continued to a different day. It's just the reality that we live in until the powers that be have made the appropriate adjustments to the district's budget. All right. Are there any? All right. Prior to us starting, are there, Mr. Klein, any preliminary matters that you wish to bring to the attention of the board?
Just 2 that are related to the other issues that we raised. This is a new application. And in as much as it is a new application, there is a statutory requirement that the hearing be concluded within 75 days of the end of the protest period. I think I have that right. And if it's continued, that's imperiled. I would renew the suggestion I had earlier. I understand the board has granted an additional witness upon this last minute request to do so. But if the testimony gets to be duplicative, I would respectfully request that the board rein that in so that we can finish this hearing today.
No, I agree with you, and I'll instruct the folks that we're not going to allow repetitive and redundant testimony, and so I don't need to hear the same thing that everyone states the same. It needs to be different. So if when witnesses are called to ensure that it occurred, I'm not trying to rush folks through this process, but it's just a reality that we have to end the hearing before 5 o'clock because we cannot, the agency does not have the authority to authorize overtime. The board is able to work because we're not employees, so we can work. And as you know, Mr. Klein, we have worked till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning if we have to. So it's not a matter that the board is not willing to. It's just as far as staff is concerned. Okay. All right. I guess preliminarily, let me find out from the protestant. Is it the protestant's position that we should not grant the license, or is it the protestant's position that we can grant the license, provided that they will have testimony and arguments about conditions that should be attached to the license? What is the protestant's position?
Our position is to grant the license with conditions that we will discuss today, issues. I also would like to add that this is a applicant that's been a license holder in the past from 2010 to 2020. So it's not an entirely new application by any means. So it's new at the moment by the rules that are in place now. But that's what I'd like to say about that.
Well, thank you for that representation then, Ms. Connolly. Then the board, there's agreement that the license will be granted. So the rest of this hearing should be whether or not the board should add conditions and what condition they should, and the justification for those conditions. Council, you will state why is it that you believe that the board should not add any conditions to the license, or if there are conditions that you believe that you are willing to agree to, you can put them on the record. I'll memorialize them, and then the board can have testimony on if there are any additional conditions that should be added. And I think I think that the main issue about granting the license, I mean, this will shorten the hearing. So I think that that's fine. Do we need to have Mr. Davis testify? I'm asking the parties. Is there specific questions that they wish to ask of the investigator, or they just want to go and present their evidence and whatever that the investigator is not, his testimony will not be relevant to their case? Let me ask the protestants. Let me ask the protestants first.
I believe that we could bypass the investigator's report and put on our case.
Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Davis, thank you. You did such a wonderful job today that your testimony is not required, in the sense that your report is just so stellar and outstanding that the parties decide that we don't need to testify. So thank you for being here today, Mr. Davis, and you can excuse yourself. All right. So this is where what we'll do now. We can have the licensee can give the applicant can give an opening statement, and the protestants can give an opening statement. The licensee can put on testimony on whether or not they believe the board should not or should attach conditions to the license, and then the protestant would put their case on, and they should state why conditions should be issued, should be attached to the licenses, and why. Any questions before we start?
Not a question, Mr. Chairman, and this is a bit unusual for me, but it might be helpful to understand what are the conditions that they're requesting, because having reviewed this matter, I don't know specifically what they are, other than this blanket settlement agreement that's been demanded, which we're not going to get into. But I mean, if there are specific conditions, then we could perhaps focus our attention in our case on those and make this even more efficient.
Well, then what I'll do, Mr. Klein, I'm going to have you do an opening statement, and then Ms. Conley, what I'll ask you to do, and what I would, in this particular case, I invariably do this also. I will, if If the group of 5 or more wants to make an opening statement, I will allow that to happen. I normally do that. Yeah. So what I will do in this particular case, Mr. Klein, you can do an opening statement. Ms. Conley, you can do an opening statement. And also you, Mr. Petro, can do an opening statement. In your opening statement, be specific what it is that you're asking the board to do. Okay? And so we'll go with you, Mr. Klein. I'm sorry, Ms. Conley, do you have any questions?
Sir.
Who's speaking? Is that you, Ms. Conley?
Yes, I am, and you should be addressing.
Oh, Miss Oppenmeyer, I apologize. Because both of your names are on the. My apologies, Miss Oppenmeyer. Both of your names are, and her name is first, and I can only see half of your name. So my apologies, ma'am. My apologies.
It's no problem. Okay.
All right, Miss Oppenmeyer. All right. Okay. Fine. My apologies, ma'am. All right. Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Do you want to do an opening statement, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is a bit of an unusual case. I frequently have unusual cases before you, but Ms. Opperweiner stole my thunder a bit. This licensee, this applicant, previously operated at this location for 10 years without substantial incident, without board citations or violations. And not only that, but the principals of this applicant have other substantial experience as licensees in the District of Columbia. You'll hear testimony that they held, I think, as many as 5 licenses at one time. And the testimony will be that all of these licenses, really for food-focused concepts, restaurants, not necessarily licensed as restaurants. I think a couple were licensed as taverns. However, the focus is on food. I think there was suggestion in some of the materials that there's an intention to operate a nightclub at this location. The evidence will show that my clients have no experience operating nightclubs, have no desire to operate a nightclub. It's not their business. It's not what they've done. And they've proven themselves over many years as responsible operators in the District of Columbia. In addition to being licensed in the district, they've also operated establishments as far away as Florence, Italy, and San Diego, California, and currently in Annapolis, Maryland. So they have substantial experience in the hospitality industry. And it's not just experience, it's good experience. And it's good experience not only for them, but for the communities within which they operate. And that will be evidenced by the lack of any violations and the fact that there have not been substantiated complaints, even at the location where they seek to operate and previously operated. So at the conclusion of the hearing, we will respectfully request that the license be approved without conditions other than the ones that are part of the application to the extent that the license is limited by the application. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Ms. Oppenmeyer.
Okay, yes, thank you. That is so interesting. We were so looking forward to having Aldue return to the neighborhood after its absence for about 5 years. And we're hoping to be able to work closely with addressing the neighborhood concerns that have developed since the Gagensons didn't have a restaurant. I can pronounce his name, but I can't pronounce restaurant. Excuse me. So anyway, or their name, I should say. In any case, there are any number of issues that we wanted to address, which we did. We put in draft settlement agreements, which after we submitted them, they came back with all deletions, and it looked like, what they said they wanted, which was what they had back in 2010. When the neighborhood has changed, the services and understanding of the issues in a residential area abutting and behind the commercial area. So, for example, if Mr. Klein had taken the time to read our witness list, we said that the first person, Ms. Sedgwick, who's known as the queen of getting rid of rats, or controlling them at least, according to Mr. Brown. And we're very, very concerned about what's the control of rats behind the establishment. And in fact, they've been clear for I don't know how many years exactly, but yeah, pardon me. Well, in any case, the efforts with Mr. Brown, and we'll let Mr. Brown and Ms. Sedgwick speak, there has been a lot of progress in controlling these lovely animals. And so the two of the witnesses, Ms. Sedgwick, who is a long-term neighbor on 8th Street, the 200 block of 8th Street Southeast, and Mr. Gerard Brown, who is I would say, the king of controlling the rodents in his job at the Department of Health. And both of those persons will be giving testimonies about how that can be done and how we don't want it upended from what it's been by opening a new restaurant. And then we have Marion Connolly, who you've tried to rope in to take my job here, who's also experienced the establishment with great pleasure, I might add, but concerned about issues. There are issues about noise. There's issues about traffic in the alley. It happens to be a 10-foot wide alley. So on one side are the businesses, on the other side are residences. And then that goes around to the end when residences are all on North Carolina Avenue, I believe is the actual address. And then we were going to have Mr. Pastore, who not only is a resident practically next door to the establishment, but he worked on the settlement agreement. And he, of course, will tell you himself what he thinks of what we'd offered. Unfortunately, we did all the work. They never produced an agreement except to take things out. And when I looked at it, I have a copy here, which is very striking, but I don't care. Yeah, it's right here with all this orange on every page. That's what was asked.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to object to opening, but I would respectfully request that the protestants be directed not to refer to settlement discussions or the process of that. If they have conditions that they want to impose, let's hear them, but we're beyond the stage of settlement. It didn't happen. We can fight about who didn't call who back or who didn't do what, but it's not particularly productive. And I would respectfully request that we move away from that topic.
Well, Mr. Klein, I don't believe that she's just given her general overview of what occurred. She has not at least stated as yet that we agreed any specific agreements. She was just stating why we're here today. So you can go ahead, ma'am. I just caution you not to talk about the discussions that you had, the substantive discussions, but I think the overview you're given is fine, ma'am. Go ahead.
And that's what I was basically finished with it, because I wanted to describe, that we didn't make perhaps enough progress. We thought very much, and Mr. Kaufman, the attorney who worked on the case, knows full well that we were disappointed and looking forward. And I really did feel after we had our mediation session, which I participated in, that we were going to come to an agreement. Everybody was acting reasonably, but somehow or other it got delayed and it was a no-go. So anyway, that's it. We're looking forward to describing our concerns. We're looking forward to having the restaurant return with these conditions that we were laying out and that the witnesses will discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Petro, do you wish to make an opening statement, sir?
Yes, I would. Thank you to the board for the opportunity. I would begin by just saying that, this, as was mentioned, it was a the owner is has operated a restaurant at this location in the past. What is quite different this time is they're asking for endorsement for live entertainment, dancing, and cover charge, in combination with operating hours that go as late as 2 a.m. on weekdays, 3 a.m. on weekends. So, from our point of view, that's a very different type of operation from what has been there before and from anything else in this block. This is a block that is surrounded, this establishment is surrounded within this block on 3 sides by residential properties. So I think that, in terms of the conditions in the license, you have to look at the operating hours and hours of entertainment, and that they be appropriate for the type of neighborhood this establishment wants to move back into with this new type of operation that is quite different from what was there before. The other contention that there were no issues before, there may not have been any ABC issues that we know of, but certainly there were issues with vehicles connected with the restaurant in the alley, problems with noise, and other issues throughout that time. What we would like, Mr. Klein said that he wasn't aware of what any of these issues were. There were, of course, extensive discussions about these that seemed to come to an abrupt halt around April 5th. And we haven't heard any more from anyone about reaching a settlement agreement. So I wasn't going to say this before until Mr. Klein spoke, but if there's no settlement agreement, then I don't think there should be any license issued. That to us would be completely unacceptable. However, we think that there is certainly the potential to have an agreement with conditions that would be agreeable to all. What we're asking for, and I can run through those quickly if Mr. Klein wants to know what they are, we think are completely reasonable, are consistent with things that have been in settlement agreements with this restaurant and with the one that followed them at this location. So I don't think we're asking for anything unusual or that shouldn't be acceptable, but we've found a kind of a brick wall when it came to trying to establish anything like that. And you might think, you'll be surprised what these are. We're asking that when they have grease pickup, that they not park outside their own property, that they not park in the alley blocking the traffic for long periods of time, that they not park on our property to do this restaurant operation. I don't understand how that would not be an acceptable condition for the restaurant to take. With respect to, and the fact that we haven't been able to reach any kind of agreement like that doesn't give us confidence.
Mr. Chairman,
that there will be any reason to.
Mr. Klein, hold on, Mr. Klein.
We're not here to talk about a settlement agreement. We're here to try a case. If there are conditions that they want with respect to the license, let's get to it. But to talk about what was negotiated and what didn't get agreed to, this is completely improper.
Mr. Klein, you asked specifically, what is it that they're asking for? Although Mr. Petro has given us he's editorializing what is going on, but he's getting there. He's telling you what is it. So what I'll ask Mr. Petro, just without editorializing what might have or have not occurred, just tell me what it is that the protest is asking for. So hold on, sir. So when Mr. Klein presents his case, he'll know exactly what it is that. So just get to the chaser and tell us exactly what it is that you are seeking as far as conditions. Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. And these are all stated clearly in the submission that we made.
Mr. Pedro, I haven't seen the submissions. There's no settlement agreement. Even if the settlement agreement is submitted, I'm not going to allow it in evidence. So what you have to do currently is that you have to tell us what it is that you are seeking as far as conditions is concerned, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just running through them the grease pickup truck, that it only, that it stay on their property and not elsewhere when that operation is happening. That they not park any owner, employee, contractor, or vendor trucks in the alley right away on the property of neighbors or blocking the traffic in the alley at all. And to take responsibility for that, not just to say, well, that's a good suggestion. That has to be something that they take responsibility for, that they make that commitment. Not to dispose of bottles between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. Makes a lot of noise. It certainly can be done at other times. The trash pickup, adhering to the times, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekdays, 8 a.m. to 7 on weekends, and to accept responsibility for their contractor adhering to those and not just passing that off. Complying with the noise ordinance and committing to make modifications to whatever's necessary to make sure that any noise is contained within the property. And if there are problems, to immediately stop that noise, that music, that entertainment until the problem is corrected, not to put it off to some future time. In terms of the hours of operation, we think that what they've proposed in the license request is not appropriate for the neighborhood for the reasons I explained before. So those we think should be reduced, in particular the hours for entertainment, and in particular the hours for entertainment outside. And the one last item then is the to commit to not utilize the outside space behind the restaurant that's, like, as you know, 10 feet from our property and of our neighbors for any kind of service, alcohol, food service, entertainment, waiting area, that type of thing. And the specific words are in the exhibit that we submitted as part of our protest documents. So those are the items. And if those are addressed, well, then we think it's reasonable to go forward. If they're not going to be addressed at all, then we, unfortunately, we don't see how you could approve the license.
Well, the board, the decision is that the license will be approved and that the rest of this hearing will be on conditions, whether or not we should impose conditions on the license. I think that's the agreement. That's where we are, sir. Okay.
Okay. Those are the conditions that we are asking.
But you never told me what the hours that were acceptable to you, sir. You never state that. Or are you going to have a witness who's going to testify specifically, or are you going to state this now?
We can get to that later.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll ask that everyone, if you're not speaking, please mute your phone. For the protestants, just want to let you know that we're not going to call you will not be called as witnesses. That's one of the reasons I have not had anyone elevated until the applicant has presented its case. Okay. All right. Mr. Klein, do you have a witness you wish to call, sir?
I do, yes. Calling Ari Gadenson.
Mr. Gadenson, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, sir.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Chair, one thing before I get to him is I would respectfully request that the board take administrative notice that the establishment Tunnicliffs and the establishment that has been approved for transfer and will reopen as Lobby Bar within the same block have hours until 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Lobby Bar is not listed in the investigative report for some reason, I guess because it's a approved transfer and is not reopened. But we would ask that the board take administrative notice that those establishments located on the same block face as this establishment have those hours, and also to take administrative notice of the fact that the previous license at this location operated by these same individuals had hours until 2 a.m. and 3 a.m.
That's fine, Mr. Klein, but I would prefer that in closing that you bring that and just be a little bit more specific in closing. You bring that to the attention of the board then, sir. I don't have a problem with that.
Right, but I want it part of the record, so I want the board to take administrative notice of it, because otherwise I can't, if I argue it in closing and it's not part of the record, it doesn't really mean anything.
RC, you want us to take administrative notice of who? Lobby Bar?
Lobby Bar and Tunnicliffs.
How you spell that, please?
Tunnicliffs is TUNNICLIFF''S.
So you want us to take a administrative notice of Lobby Bar and Tunnicliff there for their hours of operation. Is that correct?
Correct. And in addition, the previous licensee at this location, which was operated by these same individuals as Aqua El Due, which is how you pronounce the words and numbers that make up the trade name.
All right, so and we take administrative notice. Why don't you you can provide us what the hours of operations are, because I don't know what there were for that previous establishment, so you can provide us
that right now.
Okay.
Mr. Gadenson, what's your connection to this application?
I'm the applicant. I'm the owner of the restaurant.
Okay. And you previously operated a restaurant at this location?
Yes, for 10 years I operated the same concept at this same location.
And what were the hours of the establishment, permitted hours of the establishment that you operated?
We closed weeknights at 2 and weekends on 3.
So those, to your knowledge, are the maximum hours permitted by law?
Yes, that's exactly what we had before.
All right. Let's talk about your background. You've been in the restaurant industry quite a while, is that right?
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. Ms. Oppermeyer, please mute your line, ma'am. Please mute your phone. If I can hear you. Okay, go ahead. I can't hear you now, so you're fine. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
Mr. Gadenson, how long have you been in the hospitality industry?
I opened my first place a little over 20 years ago.
And how did you get involved in the hospitality industry?
I was an aspiring professional soccer player, and I was playing soccer in Florence, Italy. Soccer wasn't going as well. I opened an American diner in Florence, and I found my calling for hospitality.
What was your diner in Florence called?
It's called Ari's Diner.
And did you subsequently get involved in another restaurant in Florence?
Yeah, quickly after opening Ari's Diner, probably one of the most famous restaurants in Florence, Aqua El Due, was down the street, and the guy who owned the restaurant down the street looked at me and he said, "You look like me," and we became friends, and I became a partner in Aqua El Due in Florence, and it's been a wonderful friendship and partnership.
And what kind of restaurant was Aqua El Due in Florence? What kind of establishment was it, I guess is a better way to ask the question.
So I think we were one of the pioneers of upscale casual restaurants. So it's sort of fine dining in a more casual environment.
And at some point you decided to bring that concept to the States, is that correct?
Yeah, at a certain point. So I grew up on Capitol Hill, and my mom kept telling me that that Capitol Hill was coming back up, and made a decision to move back to the States and bring this world famous restaurant from Florence to Capitol Hill.
All right. And when did you do that?
We opened in 2010, got back in 2008, opened in 2010.
All right. And how long did you operate that restaurant?
Right up until COVID. So 10 years, 2010 till, what was that? That was, I guess, April 20.
Right. And that's when you closed the restaurant?
Yes.
And did that have impact on your reopening the restaurant?
I mean, it almost, it was devastating.
All right. Now, in addition to that, you've been involved in other establishments in the District of Columbia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what are those?
I've done Gibellina and Soto on 14th Street, Denson in Penn Quarter, and La Puerta Verde, Ari's Diner, Doc FC, and Via Gibellina in Ivy City.
Okay. Now, Denson was a little different than the other ones. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And where was that located?
That's at 600F Northwest, right in front of the Capital One.
So kind of right in the heart of the entertainment district?
Yeah.
And what were you doing there?
So there was more the idea of small bites and cocktails before you go to the arena. So we had, I would say, an extensive appetizer menu and less of entrees and things, sort of small plates and drinks, I guess is the best way to say it.
All right. But that format is markedly different from all the other concepts you've operated. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And how so?
I mean, that was the most amount of booze we sold of any of the 9 concepts that we had in DC.
Okay. The other 8 concepts, food-centered concepts?
Yeah, I mean, the sports-centric soccer bar in Ivy City would be the other one that maybe leaned more towards alcohol, but being that it was being serviced by both the diner and the Mexican restaurant, I mean, it was much more of a restaurant where people came to watch soccer than a bar, opposed to Denson, where the liquor sales were more than the food.
And you've had entertainment endorsements in connection with some of your licenses. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And where were those?
So on 14th Street, I had Gibellina on the first floor and private dining for Gibellina above. And then we operated under a different trade name as Soto, where we did a dinner jazz club, where we did 2 seatings of dinner with usually a 3-piece jazz band playing in front of the dining room.
And for that, you need an entertainment endorsement.
Yeah. Yeah.
And any of your other establishments have entertainment endorsements?
Sorry for my in Annapolis for sure. I know that's a little irrelevant for here. I don't think so, but I can't be sure.
All right. Now, is it your intention to operate this business the way it was operated during the 10 years that you previously operated at the location?
Yes.
One of the things that's been pointed out as different is you've requested an entertainment endorsement, correct?
Right. So that's the part that's slightly different.
All right. Why do you need an entertainment endorsement? Tell us what that's about.
So, I mean, the restaurant climate has become, I mean, it went from challenging to beyond challenging in the last probably 10 years. And what we found in our private event space in Annapolis, the capacity to be able to have a 3-piece band or even a DJ playing music at the same levels that you would be playing music if you were playing the iPad makes it a much more attractive space for booking private events. And at this point in time, I don't really want to do business without the ability to have the best access to booking private events.
So, do you have any intention of having live music, for example, every Friday night or every Friday and Saturday night or anything like that?
None of my interest. No interest at all.
Okay, so the entertainment would be strictly in connection with private events?
Correct.
All right. Now, you were in this building for 10 years and you're in it again. So you have some familiarity with it, is that right?
I literally built the building. Rebuilt it. It had burned down. There was still some brick walls around. I rebuilt the building.
Okay. And when was that? That was prior to 10?
Yeah, we started in 2008. We opened May 1st, 2010.
All right. Now, when you did that, and since then, did you pay any attention at all to sound mitigation?
Oh yeah, I mean, from the beginning. I mean, sound mitigation for a restaurant is for the inside is outrageously important. And then, I mean, I think it's very important to note I'm literally a kid from this community who came back to help his community when it had no restaurants. And from the beginning of our design, we looked at every wall that was openable in between each floor. We sprayed spray foam all throughout, left the 3-inch air gap, put the next piece of drywall so there's room for things to bounce around. And I mean, I literally put everything I can except for destroying the exposed brick walls into sound mitigation. And I just to point out, I mean, even the exposed brick walls, they make the sound worse on the inside of the restaurant. You're not hearing noise through those walls. So it's always, I mean, it's just, in terms of being a good operator, it's something you have to take into consideration in every aspect.
Okay. So, the hours, there's been some concern expressed about the hours. What is your sense in terms of that block and the way other establishments in the neighborhood operate with respect to hours?
So, I mean, on Capitol Hill, I mean, literally since I've been alive, you have Tunnicliffs that's open till last call. Not only is that a bar open till last call, that's a bar with an enclosed patio where people sit on the patio until last call. I think you also have Boxcar. Then, I mean, if you want to get into the 700 block of Pennsylvania, I think you have 3 more there that are open till last call. So, I mean, it's always been a neighborhood where you can get a drink up until last call.
And when you say a 700 block of Pennsylvania, how far is that from your establishment?
I mean, so what? You got C Street about 200 meters away. So you're talking, it's a block and a half away. Okay. is that block of Pennsylvania.
Okay, so it's the same neighborhood, correct?
100%.
All right, and you referenced Boxcar.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any knowledge that that establishment is changing a bit, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I've been reading in the papers.
Okay, and it's going to have a new trade name. Is that what we understand?
Yes.
And what's that trade name?
I believe it's Lobby Bar.
Lobby Bar. Okay, so Tunnicliffs and Lobby Bar are your practically adjacent neighbors, correct?
Yeah. So wait, it's Lobby Bar is next door to Tunnicliffs. Then you got the old Forecast and the Realtors, and then there's us. So we're four doors down.
Okay. All right. And they both have max hours. They both have maximum hours. Correct?
Yeah, the 2 liquor license establishments have max hours next door to us.
All right. For members of the board who may not be aware, what's directly across the street from you?
Eastern Market.
Okay. And what goes on there?
I mean, it's a beautiful old style market on the south side of the complex, and then the east side of the complex is an event space.
Okay.
Hold on 1 minute, Mr. Klein. Hold on 1 minute, please.
Yes.
I need to advise all the parties. Ms. Oppenheimer, please put your hand down. I need to advise all parties, do not put any comments in the chat. Okay, there's a hearing that we're having a hearing. It's distracting. And if you continue, or if anyone decides to put comments in the chat unless they're having technical concerns, I will ask our IT person to disable the chat. Please do not put any comments in the chat. Okay. I apologize, Mr. Klein. Go ahead.
We're talking about an Eastern Market. So you started talking about event space there, correct?
Yeah. So I mean, I want to say it's like 35-40% of the structure is an event space on the north side of the complex.
Okay. And what kind of events go on there?
I mean, everything from weddings to fundraisers to galas, rehearsal dinners, a lot of charity events.
Do they involve the service of alcohol?
Yeah, I mean, the majority of them.
Do they also involve entertainment?
The majority of them.
And any idea how late those events go?
I mean, they usually would go later than I would be. I mean, that our restaurant would be open. So I imagine they really went to last call. I mean, at least the wedding, it's a handful of events. I'm not trying to. I don't want to incorrectly categorize it, but I mean, certainly a lot of them go till late.
Okay, and what's your estimate as to how many people might be at these events?
Wow. It's solid because they have a lot of outdoor space there, both at the point on North Carolina and then underneath the green where the vendors are on Saturdays and Sundays. So, I mean, they have capacity probably for like, and I think I'm underestimating these. I would say 200 outdoors and 300 indoors.
Okay, and what's capacity of your restaurant?
Oh, like 150 or so. I think less. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure the exact number, but that'd be my estimate on just looking at it.
Okay, now we've heard some discussions about trash storage, trash removal. What provisions have you made first for trash storage, and do those differ from other people that line that alley?
Yeah, so I mean, and please, like I understand the complexity of this issue and how I mean, this is really a community issue, and we got to figure out how to do it right. The way that we've done it, we have a poured concrete area that leads into drainage that allows everything to be power washed or sprayed down on a daily basis in an open environment where we can lock the cans.
Okay.
Other people have like small rooms at the back of their building that I think are more difficult to maintain. Where what I like about what we do the maximum amount of trash pickup that is available so that everything is removed every morning, except for the day that they don't pick up recycling, because recycling is 6 days and trash is 7. And we spray everything down and we maintain it to the you know, we keep everything as clean as we possibly can. It's an area that is prepared to be cleaned.
Now, you mentioned some of the adjoining businesses or some of the businesses have inside trash rooms, and don't some of them also store their cans, or their toters or dumpsters or whatever they are within the alley?
Yeah, so what I'm thinking of in particular is Tunnicliffs and Boxcar have a steel structure at the back of their building, which by no means is indoors, but is much more out of sight for people, which makes it very difficult to actually clean and maintain. Ours is set up to be cleaned and to be maintained at the highest levels possible. So
Okay.
I like our structure. I like our structure.
All right. And you said you power wash it?
Yeah, we power wash. Basically, I mean, the idea is that the juices are what attracts things. So we make an attempt, we get rid of the juices on a daily basis to the best of our possible ability, and keep the trash constantly not staying there. So, you know, it gets put in the night and it's gone in the morning.
Now, you also heard some concerns. I'm going to strike that. In terms of trash removal, we've heard some concerns about trucks in the alley. What's your current plan for how the trash will be removed from your trash area?
Yeah, so what we've done in the past and what is the plan in this case is that the truck will pull into the east-west alley coming off of 7th Street. As was stated before, it is true these alleys are narrow. So what we have found the best is if that truck backs in from 7th Street, the commercial side, and we load the totes from that end and we roll them out the alley so that no truck has to actually go through the alley.
So in your trash area, you'll have toters that roll? Is that what we understand?
Yeah, so to be clear, I mean, in the past, there was a local trash company that owned it, and they said a dumpster wasn't a problem to roll. This new company has told us toters. So we're planning to go with toters.
Okay, so then those toters will be wheeled down the alley to the truck parked in the east-west. Oh, let me rephrase that. We'll go down the alley, which is immediately behind your premises, to the east-west alley where the truck is parked.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now let's talk for a minute about rat prevention. We've heard some concerns about that. We heard that in the opening. What do you do to try to prevent rodent infestation?
I mean, first off, I'd just like to state, like, rats are an annoyance for our community. For most people, they're an annoyance to have in their house. For me, it literally messes with my livelihood. I cannot run a restaurant with rats. So I have taken rats at a level of seriousness since I began renting this building that I would appreciate is appreciated. And we had one pest company who had an amazingly competent rat guy. And he really told me, look, man, the best thing you can ever do is you break all of your wine bottles, you break them in your concrete, and you literally scrape your property with wine bottles, broken wine bottles and concrete. Because the poison that my chemicals are going to give these rats makes their blood thinner. And they can literally crawl through anything and scrape their way through almost anything. But if they start to get little cuts as they're crawling through your concrete, they will stop. And so I can actually say that this property at 2127 Street, the entire thing, both the inside walls and the out, is laid with about 2 inches of broken wine bottles and concrete. And that is the reason that anybody who's ever been in this restaurant can attest to the level of cleanliness and quality of this restaurant. And I do it for both the community and it's the best way for me to make my livelihood, because I literally cannot run a restaurant with rats.
All right. So that's inside now. And what about the trash area? What do we do there? I think you've described a lot of it, but let's just
Yeah, so the trash area is constantly baited, I mean, to a level that to me I find wild, of chemicals and things that kill the rats. We then wash it out on a daily basis, and we pay the extra money to get trash picked up even when our dumpsters aren't full, to make sure that there's no trash attracting the rats to our property.
All right. Now, you indicated that you left or closed your restaurant there in 2020. What happened to the property after that?
So from what I understand, it's sat still for a little bit, and then a restaurant group from Delaware leased it.
Okay. And then what happened?
I mean, I understand it was not the greatest relationship for both the landlord and the neighborhood, or themselves.
But I mean, in terms of the property, when did they leave? When did that group leave?
So I want to say it was like April of 24 when the landlord contacted me. It was caught up in bankruptcy court and things were frozen. So, the official date of the vacancy of the previous tenant, I can't really speak to, but I want to say that the restaurant must have closed around April 24.
Okay. And then, when did you take over the property?
When did we sign a new lease for this place?
Yeah, are you in possession yet or not?
I mean, I have the keys. I've begun construction.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And do you recall when that commenced?
Oh, I want to say about 5 months ago.
Okay. So when you came back to the property,
Yeah.
having entered into this new relationship with the landlord, what was the status of the property? Was anybody occupying it? What was going on there?
So the building was vacant, and the front patio was occupied by a man going through current homelessnessism from the neighborhood.
Okay. Now you've owned property in this neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you have familiarity with the neighborhood from the day you were old enough to be cognizant. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. I mean,
all right.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts as to what the granting of the license to you might have on property values in the neighborhood?
I mean, clearly we're going through wild times right now. I can probably best speak back to 2010, when I came back to open a restaurant here, people thought I was crazy for opening a restaurant on Capitol Hill. We opened a high-end restaurant on Capitol Hill, and we saw our property values skyrocket, and we saw other businesses fill the street. We also got lucky. Hine got redeveloped at that moment, which also brought some energy to the street. But I mean, I think I can proudly say we were a turning point of the momentum on 7th Street Southeast.
Okay. And you own property personally. Did you see your property values escalate?
Largely. I mean, literally by, it didn't clearly happen to do just with us. Capitol Hill was on the upcome, but during that time the restaurant was open, our property literally increased about 50%.
And how far was the property that you owned from your restaurant establishment?
My closest one was the, what's that? The 700 block of 7th. So the other side of 7th Street from North Carolina, the 200, the 100 block, 127.
Okay. How far is that from the site?
100 yards.
Okay. All right. Now, did you have any noise complaints during the period that you operated this restaurant for 10 years?
I mean, certainly no. I mean, to be completely clear, the challenge with complaints, people say a lot of things. There was never a violation. There was never actually an issue. It was a very quiet restaurant. We were never cited. We never had a violation.
Let me ask you this. In the investigator's report, he cites a statement, the investigator cites a statement from Miss Opperweiner. She acknowledged that she believes the establishment was not treated fairly in the past. Do you have any idea what she's talking about?
Oh, good. 100%.
Okay. Tell the board what you think she's referring to.
Well, in 2013, we were called for a violation of our ANC agreement, where the Petros, our group of 5 leader, made the accusations that we had 11 violations of our settlement agreement with photographic evidence. All 11 accusations were found not to be valid. I mean, they came inside the restaurant, they took pictures, they went into the 2nd floor, they took pictures of the bathrooms that definitely appear as a customer to be the back of the building. However, we have walk-in coolers, dishwashers, and dry storage in the back of the building. So we were upholding our agreement. They also said that we had put in a legal exhaust that came out the back of the building towards the neighbors, which was a window backing up to a freezer. Honestly, I can't remember all of the agreement, all of the accusations. I do remember at the end, the ANC said that this is so many accusations that, yeah. So I remember it well. I'm still suffering from the anxiety.
Okay. Now, when you were preparing to open the restaurant, were you received warmly by all of your neighbors?
About 98% of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were there any in particular that weren't so receptive?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can say the first time that I met Mrs. Petro was during demolition. We had just started demolition of the building, and where there's now 3 parking spots behind the building, there's a light pole next to it. And during the demolition of breaking up the concrete and everything, and as things move, a little air gap had appeared next to the telephone pole. I met Mrs. Petro with her screaming in my face about how I had moved a light pole.
Did you,
I have
did you
no
move a light pole?
I have no capacity or interest to move a light pole. That light pole is still to this day in the same place. I actually did information to understand how an air gap could have, gotten there, and that's actually a pretty standard thing that the dirt doesn't get packed back to it, and when dirt's moved around, you can see an air gap next to a pole. I didn't know that either.
Was there continuous animosity from the Petras during the course of your first ownership of the business there?
Yeah, so I mean, after that strange incident, I'm fluent in Italian. She's Italian. I came to her. I spoke to her in Italian. I invited her to the soft opening. She came to the soft opening. I had an Italian kid who was one of our managers at the time pay extra attention to them. It seemed like we had really crossed a bridge. And then before I knew it, the next time, I mean, I literally can't even remember what it was about, the amount I was being screamed at.
Okay. Mr. Mixon, would you be so kind as to, if he could get sharing privileges, we have just a couple of exhibits we want to go over.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Mixon to share his screen, please?
Access granted.
Thank you.
Mr. Gateson, can you identify what this is?
So this is the front of the building in the picture.
No, what's this document before we get to what's on it? What are we looking at?
And it looks like the
Contract? What is it? What do we tell the board what we're looking at here?
a C of O?
Are these the plans? Are these the construction plans?
Oh, this is the first place of the construction plans. Excuse me.
Okay. All right. All right.
I get into
Mr. Mixon, next slide, please. What do we have here?
All right, that's the basement.
Okay, what's in the basement?
Basement, we got the big thing on the left's the office. Then we got storage, dry storage, changing room, wine room, more dry storage, and sort of the corridor where the trash goes out.
Okay. Any public areas in the basement?
Zero.
All right. Mr. Mixon, next slide, please. And what do we have here?
All right, so here we're at the first floor of the restaurant. The bay windows are facing 7th Street. The flat end is 8th Street, or the alley between 8th Street. I guess starting from the south end, the lower end, we got the bar. The bar leads into the entrance vestibule and the host stand, and then we have a small dining room that can be semi-private if requested.
So that's to the semi-private. The dining room is to the rear of the premises.
So we have one both on 7th Street, and then we have one on the rear. There are 2 semi-private dining rooms on the first floor.
Okay. All right. And the one on 7th Street would be, as we're looking at this, on the left, correct?
Correct. The left on the top is the semi-private.
Okay. And then the other private dining area, semi-private dining area?
Would be back right.
Okay. And when you say semi-private, what does that mean?
Semi-private means it has a large enough sliding door that if it is a normal night and we have it open to dining, you may not even know that it's a private or has the capacity to be a private dining room. And that if we do have a group that would like to rent it for the privy of having it private, we can slide a door and make it so that nobody can see them. However, it's not so like you might be able to still hear. So that's, I guess, why we call it semi-private.
Okay. Mr. Mixon, next slide.
All right. Here we are on the
What are we
third.
looking at here?
Here we're the second floor of the restaurant. As you can see on the 7th Street side to the left, we have large areas for private dining. As it gets a little narrower, there's a box in the middle. That's the stairwell. That's all unusable space. Above the stairwell is the finishing kitchen where we do some prep and execute the private dining events. And then you can see the 3 bathrooms, which in one of my previous, when the Petros accused me of violating an agreement, they thought that was the back of the building. But as you can see after that, there is a walk-in cooler, dishwashing, ice machine, a mixer, and dry storage on the last 15 feet of the building. And then even after that, there's another 15 of the feet of the building that is a garden. And then after that, there's another 3 parking spots after that. So that's the insulation that we have from the back of the building.
Okay. Is this the area where you would do private events?
So the private events would happen on the 7th Street side, and they go up as far as before the bathrooms is the far.
Okay.
I mean, the customers can go as far as the bathrooms.
Okay. So, and what's the approximate capacity of this area?
I want to say like 60 people.
60 people. Okay. And as you pointed out, there's a buffer to the rear of the building consisting of the bathrooms and the prep areas.
Correct. Yeah, you got the bathrooms, and then after that, you got the walk-ins and the prep areas, the dishwashing. Yeah.
And those are to the right on the drawing that we're looking at?
Correct. That's the far right.
And then behind that are parking spaces?
No, first you have a garden.
Okay.
That goes probably 15 feet. Then you have a fence, which is also extended to repel noise, and keep everything on the inside of the restaurant, which also goes up to the roof. The fence goes on the roof to repel all noise from coming off of the roof, which is a reminder of the other accusation from the Petros, which they thought that fence was a roof deck. And they made the accusation that we had installed a roof deck when we actually obliged by putting in noise repellent fencing.
And that noise repellent fencing was designed to block noise from mechanical equipment on the roof?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it was designed for that, and I believe it was a request that there would be something to reflect the hood and HVAC system from putting noise towards there. So we put that fence in, and then what we received for putting that fence in was an accusation that we'd installed a roof deck. And yeah, that was a fun story.
Okay. So just to be clear, you don't have any plans to do any ragers in this 60-person space on the 2nd floor of your nightclub, do you?
No, we're hoping to host a lot of weddings and what do you call those things? The night before the party. Rehearsal dinners and political fundraisers. I mean, political fundraisers was the bread and butter of this space.
Because you're on Capitol Hill, right?
Yeah.
All right.
In a challenging time.
All right. Now, when you do political fundraisers,
Mm-hmm.
and you have live entertainment in your space?
No, the political people don't even care about that.
I beg your pardon?
The political people don't want live entertainment.
Okay. So when you have weddings and you have live entertainment, what kind of entertainment are we talking about? 3-piece bands?
3-piece bands or a DJ instead of playing off your iPad.
Got it. Okay. Perfect. Now, you have an alley behind your business, sometimes referred to as a service alley. In your experience, what's the purpose of an alley running between buildings in the District of Columbia?
Pick up trash, have deliveries, give you access to your garage.
Okay. So to provide services to the buildings?
Yeah.
And that's the case whether they be residential or commercial?
Yep, so far as I understand.
Okay. And do you sometimes experience residents blocking the alley with their vehicles?
For sure. I mean,
Fact of life,
it's
isn't
bound to
it?
happen. It's where we live. It's our community.
One other thing.
Do we need the
Actually, I
screen up?
don't.
Do we need
I
the screen
don't have
up?
a. Yeah, we can close the screen and go to the next exhibit. Cameron, if you can go to the next exhibit. Shouldn't have said close the screen. That was wrong.
Just one moment.
Yeah. My apologies. All right, Mr. Gadenson, you recognize this document?
It's the front of my menu.
All right. Mr. Mixon, flip through. Next page. So is this your menu?
Yep, that's the appetizers.
Okay. Mr. Mixon, next page. What do we have here? Mr. Mixon, next page.
Main courses and sides at the bottom.
Okay. Mr. Mixon, anything else? Is that it? Okay. Oh, all right. So I would move, Mr. Chair, applicants exhibits 1 and 2, 1 being the plans, 2 being the menu that's been identified.
Miss Oppenweiner, do you have any objection? Miss Oppenweiner, do you have any objection about me moving the exhibits and evidence?
Were they all presented before the hearing? I didn't see them all.
This
one was, yeah. This was, I don't think we saw them all.
They were filed with our protest information form.
And I've had no opportunity to object during this testimony.
That's he's not presenting. He has we called a witness. The witness is identified and testified. Do you have any objection to me moving these documents and evidence, ma'am? Yes or no?
They were here? Yeah. Yes, they were there, but well, not relevant. Yeah, well, only because of yes and no. Yes, I generally don't object to documents, except this doesn't seem relevant to what the issues are in this case. So
Well,
we object to the fact that these were the kinds of things they're presenting. And it'll be my turn to correct the record on where their errors were made.
Over your objection, I'm going to admit
Sure.
A1 through A4. Let's move on.
Mr. Mixon, could you bring up the next doc? All right. Mr. Gadenson, I'm showing you what I will tell you is an investigative history for the previous license. Are you aware of any violations under the operation of the business under the previous license?
I don't know if it was a violation. I do know that we made a mistake. I want to say it was our first year. We opened May 1st, 2010. We didn't open the patio because opening a new restaurant is challenging. So we opened the patio for the first time the next year. And I applied for a public space permit to acquire the patio. And at my naive state of a 27-year-old in opening his first restaurant in DC, we did not apply for the expansion of the liquor license for the patio. We were immediately told we needed to do that. We remedied that. We paid the fine. And I believe we avoided any actual infractions. But just to be clear, that's the one mistake I can remember making in my 20 years of running restaurants.
All right, Mr. Chair, this is the investigative history that we requested and was provided by the agency, and we would request that it either be admitted or that the board simply take administrative notice of the investigative history of the operations under the previous license.
The board will take administrative notice of its own records, which consists of the investigative history of the previous establishment.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mixon, next document, please. Mr. Gadenson,
Can I make a request? I'm sorry, this isn't normal for me, but being that I can still hear the ANC chair.
I know I was about to tell her to mute her,
All right.
her phone.
My apologies. I am not very good at all this mechanical stuff.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Mr. Gatenson, this letter that's up on the screen, do you know what that is? Can you identify it?
Can I blow it up? Oh, I can.
I can't see it.
Mr. Mixon, can you enlarge it, please?
It's the letter saying we didn't have an undercover officer.
So I can still hear the.
Ma'am, you have to immediately go back and mute your line, ma'am, okay? All right. Go ahead, sir.
Withdraw the question. Mr. Chair, I just ask that the board take administrative notice of this letter as simply an acknowledgement that the establishment had been subject to an underage compliance check.
Yeah.
And was found not
Sir.
to be liable.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, we've moved on, so there's no question presented. I mean, the board will take administrative notice of its records that on September 11th, 2023, a notice was given to the licensees that regarding that they did a compliance check with their for sale to minor and they passed. Okay, basically they complied with the law. All right, let's move on.
All right. I do not. Oh, I have one more question. In terms of vendor trucks, do you take make any special requests or arrangements with respect to where you get your deliveries?
Yeah. So what we do is we put on the invoice, we tell them where they need to park. And what we found from the turnover of drivers, especially, since this climate has gotten more difficult, there's changes of drivers. So having it directly written on the invoice that if they park in the commercial loading zone on 7th Street, that's the way we'll accept the delivery. It's a challenging aspect, I will acknowledge, for the community, as I believe there is one commercial loading zone for a commercial block where there's multiple people who need to have deliveries given. However, we state it very clear of where they need to park on the invoice so that every new driver knows what they need to do. And we found this is the best way to work with people.
Any ideas to keep those trucks out of the alley?
Yeah, that's the main goal.
Great. All right, I have no further questions of this witness at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Oppenheimer, do you have any questions of the witness? You now need to unmute yourself, ma'am.
I'm doing it. Forgive me, I really am challenged on all of this, so I really do apologize. It's time to get a course or something. Yes, I have a whole lot of questions, actually. There's just so much, I don't even know where to begin. With regard to the deliveries, part of one of our proposals.
Ma'am, all right, ma'am, I need you to, not what your proposals are. He just testified. I need you to ask him specific questions about what he just testified to, ma'am. Not what your proposal is, but ask him specific questions about what he just testified to, ma'am.
Okay, I was doing it the other way, but I'm happy to do it the appropriate way. Yes, you were saying, isn't it a fact that you do not want to agree to having the deliveries in the rear of the establishment?
Objection, irrelevant in terms of agreeing. He said what his intention is. I think Ms. Oppenheimer is getting to a settlement agreement, and we're well beyond the stage of that happening.
Rephrase your question. That you can't ask him what is it he didn't agree to or Just ask him the question about what he testified to,
Are
ma'am.
you agreeing to have deliveries in the front of the establishment as you did when you had the establishment before?
Yes, I mean, as I stated on the invoice, it will literally tell each driver where to park.
Okay, and isn't it a fact that there are more than one of parking places on 7th Street for trucks, for deliveries?
So I believe in the 200 block of 7th Street, there's one commercial loading zone.
Okay, I will just tell you that's not true. There's 3 of them.
Where are the others?
Objection.
Mr. Klein, Ms. Oppenmeyer, you need to ask the question. Mr. Jebelson, I apologize, I'm butchering your name. You don't ask the questions, sir. You wait for a question to be answered. You answer the question unless Mr. Klein objects once the question is asked, sir. Okay?
Now, I had a problem of how do I object? You wouldn't let me do it in chat, and I didn't know how
you
to
don't,
do
ma'am.
it. I raised my hand to.
No, ma'am. All right, ma'am. All right. Let's start. I know you had to watch Perry Mason. Okay?
No.
But this is what we do, ma'am. If
You're
Mr.
right, I did
Klein,
watch.
all right, if Mr. Klein asks a question, most people watch Perry Mason. Even there's an old version and a newer version that came out. But if Mr. Klein asks a question, okay, before the witness answers, if you object, you can say I object. So you can blurt in and say I object.
I was told not to put it in the chat.
I know, ma'am. No,
I
ma'am.
wasn't to be unmuted.
Ma'am,
So how could I do it?
Ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I said folks were writing stuff in the chat, and I said do not write anything in the chat because that's not part of the record. So what you need to, you can only object to if Mr. Klein asks the questions. You can't object in the middle of an answer. But to say if Mr. Klein asks the question, and if you can object by just saying you can come in and say I object.
How do I get recorded on that, sir? I've tried. I was frustrated. I had many objections on those questions. As I know the facts.
I'm watching the screen, and if I saw your mouth moving, and I thought that you're trying to address us, I would say something. But
well, I did want to address you, and I was told and embarrassed not to put it in the chat. I didn't do it actually.
Can I interject for a second,
sir? No, sir. You cannot interject. You cannot. No, sir. You cannot. It has been my policy, and people are not to put stuff in the chat because that's not part of the record. I don't read it. I don't know what's going on, and so it's not part of the record. That's why I asked that nothing be written in the chat. Moving forward, ma'am. Moving forward, when once Mr. Klein asks another witness, if you have a problem with a question, you can say I object. I'm paying attention, so I will always recognize you, ma'am. Okay.
I tried, sir. I raised my hand and I raised my hand and I sat there sitting. I'm in the corner here on the screen.
But ma'am, when you raised your hand,
that's not fair to us because I didn't have an opportunity. There were many objections I had for the questions that were asked here. I not only know about this establishment from before, I've been studying it for weeks and weeks and weeks.
But Ms. Oppenweiner, you have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness.
I know,
this is your ask, ma'am. Ask him the questions. You have him. The bottom line, you might have raised an objection, and I might overrule it. But now you have a ma'am. Listen to me, please, ma'am. You have the witness, ma'am. Listen to me, ma'am. Please listen to me.
I'm listening.
You have the witness. Ask him the questions that you want to ask. If he testified to something that you thought was incorrect, now is your opportunity to ask him a question on what he said. Ask him whatever questions you want to have. So you ask the question. If Mr. Klein might object, I will make a ruling about where we go forward. Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir. I just feel we've been put at a disadvantage here. I know a great deal about this case and have spent a great deal of time on it.
Let me ask you one more question, Miss. Do you want to make a statement, ma'am, to preserve your objection for the record? Do you want to make a statement right now to say, just to preserve, to say that you had objected to? You can state that, ma'am, before we move on.
Okay, I mean, I've objected to the fact that Mr. Klein referred to the establishment as a nightclub, when in fact there's been testimony that that's not true. And there's also, I mean, there were so many things. The deliveries, he said, isn't it true? I mean, I'm used to cross-examining and the courtroom style.
It's the same. It's the same, ma'am. So listen, ma'am, you have an opportunity now to cross-examine him. So go ahead.
Well, let me do that.
Cross-examine him, ma'am.
Let me just do that. Ask him whose idea is for him to not to deliveries anyway. Yeah, who, Mr. Gagenson, who actually gave you the idea of not to have the deliveries in the rear of the establishment previously?
I have no idea.
You don't remember where you got the idea from?
Where I got the idea to not have deliveries through the back? I mean, the deliveries come through the back, so I'm confused by the question.
No, they don't. Isn't it true that that you actually agreed and in fact had deliveries in the front, through the front of the establishment?
Never.
That's what you said.
I'm sorry.
We
Hold on.
literally never.
Hold on a minute. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. The only person, there are only three people can speak. You, Miss Oppenmeyer.
Yeah.
I said three. Mr. Klein and the witness. Those are the only three people who can speak. Is it clear?
You, Mr. Chair.
Well, of course I can speak, but I think that part is. But I thank you, Mr. Four people. All right, but okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Oppenmeyer.
Okay, how many establishments on the 200 block of 7th Street Southeast have entertainment endorsements on their licenses?
I don't know.
Okay, so so therefore the statements you made talking about the same time closings is not relevant.
No, you just asked a different question.
Objection, argumentative.
All right.
You asked about the entertainment.
Entertainment endorsement, how many I asked and you said you don't know.
All right, so let's move on. He says he doesn't know, ma'am. Do you have another question to ask, ma'am?
Yes. How do you know the hours of the establishments on the street?
I know the hours by going there and knowing, and I guess, I don't know, I just want to be clear. I know the place in front of me, Eastern Market, has an entertainment endorsement. I'm not exactly aware of all the places with entertainment endorsements. Eastern Market has one, and I do know that the other bars are open to last call. I'm not saying I know more than that.
Okay, and what about the hours of closing for Eastern Market?
I'm not aware of their precise hours.
Okay, didn't you say they were all the same, that they were at last call as well?
I do not recall. And these things could have changed in the last 5 years. I've said what I know.
Okay, so what time is the entertainment supposed to end at Eastern Market, from your knowledge?
I just said I'm not aware.
Didn't you indicate that Eastern Market was open till late?
Oh, surely when I was operating the restaurant before, Eastern Market's events go to last call if they want to.
Okay.
I don't know about their license, just to be clear. I understand your, what do you call it? You're trying to say that I'm being coy. I'm saying I know what I've seen. I don't know what the law is.
Sir, you have just answer the question, sir. You don't need to give an explanation. Just answer. She asked you a question. Answer the question. Let's move on.
So
I
what time?
apologize. She used to drive me to Hebrew school, and it catches me.
He was a teenager then. In any case, what time?
I guess you two know each other.
Yes. Is it for a long time? And
All
I'm a
right.
little bit older than he is.
I wasn't aware of that, but now I know. Okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
what are the current hours for Eastern Market in terms of their events, putting on the events?
I still don't know.
You still don't know. Where is it located, the event space, in reference to the establishment?
I've already stated.
Oh, no, sir, you can't answer a question like that, oh, sir. You
Okay,
she
I'm
asked
sorry.
you a question, you need to
Okay,
answer. If
it
you
is
can't answer,
directly,
say, I don't
it is
know.
directly in front of my establishment. It probably goes 30 feet more to the south and another 40 feet more to the north than my establishment.
Okay, and so the outside time of performance and entertainment, you say they have an entertainment endorsement.
So
could I ask, hold on, where are we going with Eastern Market? I mean, I don't know what Eastern, it's not relevant. So
Yes,
I don't understand why you've asked a couple of questions on Eastern Market, ma'am.
yes.
Let's move on from Eastern Market. That's not
I
really.
want to explain because it is right on the block. It is closed. Their outdoor entertainment stops at 9 p.m. According to their document, the one that I got from the manager. The entertainment must end no later than midnight, and there has been.
Chair, can we put her under oath
explaining.
if she's going to testify?
Hold on, miss. All right. You're asking them questions, and I mean, now in your closing, you can bring that, but you ask him, he said he doesn't know, ma'am. So if he does, now if he gives you an answer which is inconsistent, then you can bring factual information to impeach his testimony. But you ask him a question,
He
said,
gave different information before. He
All
said they stay open till last calls. So that's why I'm showing, I happen to have the document here as well. That is the manager's program. I was really surprised to find out that they close early. And why? Because they didn't want to upset the neighbors. They have neighbors across.
Objection, Ms. Opperweiner is testifying.
all right,
What are we doing?
all right,
Hey, Mr. Klein, you made comments way beyond what was asked for. Now, I didn't have a chance to object during the time, and it affects the ability of an attorney or a questioner, whatever, to have a timely, right at the time that it was said, I should have been able to object. I lost that opportunity, and I think it's unfair. I really,
for the record,
ma'am, but you can't. Hold on, hold on.
not to speak. I was not limited. I know.
But hold on, ma'am.
Watch Perry Mason, but she's a former board member, and she doesn't know how this process works.
All right, hold on.
I absolutely do not know how it works. It's been 20 years since I was on the board.
All right, ma'am. Even if you couldn't object to his answer, you can only object to the question. You have an opportunity, ma'am, to ask questions. You're asking them questions, so let's move on with your ask him direct questions based on his testimony, ma'am.
Isn't it true, Mr. Gagenson, that you talked about the new efforts of a lobby car or whatever it's called, lobby bar? How did you find that out?
I'm not sure of the question.
Well, you said you testified about the functioning of the lobby bar and that they were open till 2 and 3 a.m. How do you know?
How do I know that lobby bar has that intention?
How do you know what lobby bar's hours are? So you testified. How do you know what the hours are?
Oh, I just heard that on the internet.
Okay, fine. Let's move on. That's your answer. What's the next question?
Oh, thank you.
What?
He said he heard on the internet. Or he found
Okay,
it on
I
the
just want to
internet.
be sure. Okay, the in terms of rats, did you say that you had no issues with rats during your time of ownership before an operation?
I mean, the definition of issue with rats seems very vague.
Okay.
We live in a city with rats.
All right, sir, I need you to answer the question. She said you testified that you didn't have any issues with rats. Either say that's
I don't
not
think
my
I testified.
testimony.
No, I didn't testify.
I'm sorry.
I said we take care of our issues with rats.
All right.
Okay.
I'm sorry, these questions are so vague, it's
No,
difficult.
no,
for me.
sir, they are not. All right, let me say this, sir.
Okay.
You have one of the better attorneys there, okay? Mr. Klein will object. If Mr. Klein doesn't object, sir, you need to respond to the questions, okay? This is not, if there was another attorney on the other side, but you have an attorney. And so if your attorney has a problem with the question, he will object.
Okay.
So unless your attorney objects, sir, I need you to answer the questions.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. What are taters? Toters. Toters. I'm sorry. Toters.
And Miss Conley, I can't hear your voice, ma'am. I
Sorry.
should not be hearing your voice, Miss Conley. Okay? All right, go ahead.
Toters are plastic trash cans that can be rolled. They're like bigger residential trash cans.
Okay. Is that big? Is that considered good best practices in terms of handling trash?
I believe best practices are highly disputed.
Sir, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
You answer the question.
That was
if
an
you can,
appropriate
sir.
answer. He said
No, but
it's
no,
disputed.
he's editorializing. Just state what your position. You don't need to. Don't question her. Just answer the question to say yes or no. You're questioning her. Come on.
Okay, I believe that's best practice.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Do you plan to still have plans for a covered patio in front of the establishment?
In the current economical and political time, I have no idea.
Okay, I don't have to ask that. Do you still plan to have dancing outside of the establishment?
Dancing outdoors? Never intended.
Okay. What about indoors? Are you planning to have dancing indoors?
I don't intend.
There will be no dancing at the establishment. Is that correct?
I mean, at a wedding, if people start dancing, I don't know what I could say.
Okay, so you're not planning to have dancing, but if it happens, it happens. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that an answer, sir?
I don't know how to stop people from dancing. It sounds like a very...
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Okay. In terms of the issue of disposal of bottles, because it makes so much noise at night, what steps are you planning to take?
So we've always been considerate of the idea that bottles have to go outside and that it will make noise going into the recycling bins. In my opinion, doing it before a certain hour brings more pests to a location, and there's a right time to do it and a right way to do it.
So you're not intending to deal with that issue in any way other than to do what it is you need to do or want to do. Is that correct?
No, I intend to do it.
Objection to the form of the question? If that's what he wants to do, then that answers the question.
Ma'am, rephrase the question, ma'am.
Yeah. How are you planning to, what are the hours during which you're planning to dispose of bottles outside your establishment?
I plan to do it in a way that doesn't disrupt the neighborhood.
What are the hours, sir? Do you
What are the
know the hours, sir? That's what she asked you, sir. If you don't know, say I don't know.
I don't know.
Is there somebody in your management team that does know?
Miss Conley, he said he doesn't know. He can't, let's
That's not
move
Miss
on.
Conley. I'm Miss
sorry,
Conley.
Miss Oppenmeyer, please.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, part of the, well, never mind. How do you know the hours of operation of Tunnicliffs?
It's stated online. And on
But
the,
have you actually heard them be in operation until 3 in the morning?
I feel like you're asking me two different questions.
Sir,
Oh, sorry.
just answer the question if you can. If you can't answer it, just say, I can't answer the question.
I can't
That's
answer the question.
reasonable.
I apologize. This is not my specialty.
Okay, so how did you find out how late any establishment is open on the 200 block of 7th Street?
I just looked at
Southeast.
how late they could legally be allowed.
Okay, but it wasn't necessarily that they used all that time, isn't it? Isn't that true?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so in fact, you don't know how late this establishment stays open. Isn't that correct?
At what time they actually close but not in terms of their license? Yes, I have no idea.
Trash removal, what of the hours are you anticipating having the pickup for the trash?
In the legal hours of the law.
Okay, and what are those?
From my understanding, it's from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay. And that's what you intend to comply with that law?
Yes.
Isn't that correct? Okay.
We try to.
Did you ever have any complaints about noise coming from your establishment when you were open before?
Not of my recollection.
Okay. Did you in fact have an entertainment license of any sort beforehand, before your attempt in this case?
An entertainment license we did not have before.
Okay. So what kind of entertainment are you planning to have?
As I've stated, we'd like to have a DJ that can select the music rather than just playing the background music. And if someone would like a band for their event, we'd like to be able to provide that as well.
And how do you, are you going to protect the noise? Because isn't it true that the rooms that you're talking about are in the rear of the establishment?
No, as I've already stated, there's dishwashing and prep in the back of the building. That is followed by a series of bathrooms. Then there's the kitchen, and the entertainment is in the front.
Okay, so how are you going to make sure that the noise isn't coming out of the establishment to affect the neighbors in a negative manner?
So what I've done is I've stacked all the entertainment on the 7th Street side, which is a commercial corridor. I've given beyond ample space in the back of the building where these things don't occur, not to mention the large investment on spray foam and other noise preventing things that I've put in the walls and the base of this building.
Have you done any testing to check on how whether the noise travels at all?
Yes.
And what do you find out? How did you do that? What kind of testing did you do?
We stood outside the back of the restaurant with a noise meter to make sure that we were nowhere even near of the levels of noise that would violate it.
And what about from the front of the establishment? Did you do a test there?
We did.
And what kind of test was that?
The same noise instrument to identify whether it was there.
And what did you find?
I mean, we found that it was that these old buildings are very good at maintaining the sound on the inside. And for what we were running, there was not even a slight concern for the noise leaving this restaurant.
Okay, thank you. When was the last time you saw rats while you had a restaurant license around your establishment?
So
in terms of cans?
I have no idea. I mean,
well, let's start from the beginning. Did you ever see any rats around your garbage cans when you were operating before? At any time?
I mean, honestly, I can say when I took the building, when it was burnt down, when we started doing demo, it was filled with rats. And that's when I began taking the situation more seriously than anybody else. And since then, I've literally, in a decade of running the restaurant, I had like 0 issues of rats, even when the Hine construction started.
Okay. How about your neighbors? Did they have any issues with rats that you know of?
Oh, in terms of the houses on Capitol Hill, it's an issue. I mean, they mostly have dirt floors, and then you have a hardwood floor above the dirt. So to prevent a rat burrow within a home, as I own homes on Capitol Hill, it's way more challenging than the situation I have at 2127 7th Street, where the thing is filled with concrete and glass bottles.
And so it's your testimony that you have no rat problems whatsoever at any time at 217 7th, is it 217? Did I get that right? 7th Street Southeast? At no time did you ever have any problems with rats during the time you had a license from 2010 to 2020?
I mean, so problems to me is vague. 100% sure I have done extra work to prevent rats. I have a continual rat killing program. So the question is a little vague for me.
All right, what is the rat killing program? Besides the glass and the concrete, do you have any other thing that you do?
Yeah, even from when I just took this lease recently, the first thing I did was put in a pest company to bait the entire property, because that's the minimum you can be doing for the community.
And which company did you use?
Honestly, I have a lot of pest companies. I can get you that information right after this meeting.
And what did they tell you to do? What did it tell you to do, the company?
I mean, they spray all over, they put powder everywhere, they tell you to seal up everything. I teach them how you can seal up stuff even better, and they teach me about poison.
Once a week, twice a week? How often do they come?
As much as is recommended by the company, as the professionals tell us.
Well, so what's been recommended? You're not even open yet. So before you open, what has been the recommendation in terms of frequency of treatment for rat control?
I mean, honestly, I'll have to check with my office.
So you don't know?
I mean, I'm 100% sure it's at least once a month for now. When pest companies, from my experience, when pest companies initially approach a property, they give you different plans. And sometimes they tell you, we're going to need to come out every 3 days, every 5 days, once a week. But I can be sure it's at least once a month. And I know that there's a better plan in place, because this is where I'm trying to make my livelihood. And we got to take care of it.
Okay, so when was the last time they came there?
I'd have to check with my office.
Okay, so you just don't know. Okay, are you?
I mean, I know it was within April for sure. Here we are in May, and I'm not exactly sure of this date, but I know for a fact they've been there in May.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I dropped my pen. So, all right. Is there how about food deliveries? Where do you get those?
So our food delivery, similar to the trash, park in the commercial loading zones that are provided by the city. And then, due to the respect for the neighbors, we have hand carted the deliveries down the east-west alley to turn into the north-south alley to enter into our property by hand truck.
So that's the rear of the building, not the front.
Where the hand trucks enter the building is in the rear, correct?
Okay, so do you get any deliveries at all in the front of the building?
No. As an establishment that is open for both lunch and dinner, it's very difficult to receive deliveries through the entry that the patrons enter.
Okay. Now, do you permit customers to stand behind your building?
Customers?
Yes, to get online or something to be behind your building? Occupy the space behind your building? In the
No.
10-foot? No, you don't allow them to do that. Okay. That's not been. Now, cover charge, how would that work? You haven't discussed that.
Oh, yeah, cover charge is an interesting thing. So, I mean, you know, it's never been something I've been interested in, to be honest. I believe in the tip system. I think it's one of the most beautiful things in the service industry across the world. The city's gone away from it. So a way to do events is to include a charge in the events. The way the law defines that is that it's service charge.
Mr. Gagerson, I wanted to ask, I asked, how does it work?
So if, say we're doing a wine dinner, we might do an event to bring in a producer from Italy to educate and indulge the community in an experience of Italian wine. If we want to include the cost of gratuity in that event, it's considered a service charge by the law. So that's why we apply for it.
Do you need a tasting license in order to do that? Wine tasting?
I don't even know what a tasting license is.
Well, it's a license in order to have wine tastings in an establishment.
I believe.
Objection. That's a misstatement of the law with respect to an on-premise licensee, and Ms. Opperweiner is again testifying.
Let's move on, ma'am. You have a question to ask.
Okay. Okay, isn't it true you testified that you had no complaints at all during your ownership of this establishment excuse me, the 200 block of 7th Street Southeast? I'm losing my voice.
Can I say that question's vague?
No, no, sir. You can't say that, sir. You either answer the question or you don't. You can't answer the question. You can't ask the question, and you cannot comment whether or not how her question is, sir.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Isn't it true that you testified that you had no complaints at all during the time from anyone during the time that you ran the restaurant before?
No, that's not true.
Okay, what is true?
What is true? Complaints were unfound. Baseless complaints. There was a lot of those.
Okay. So there were no complaints that were ever found to be true. By whom? Who was looking into them?
I mean, both the ANC and the liquor board, I believe DCRA even looked into some, and they all found that the complaints were baseless.
Okay. And they were all different kinds. Wasn't it? What kinds of complaints were they?
I mean, all sorts.
Can you be specific?
I mean, I started by stating that the Petros accused me of moving a light pole.
I'm sorry to laugh, but
yeah, I'm with you. There was also complaints that I mean, my goodness. I honestly, I can't remember. The accusations there was accusations.
But of all sorts, you said, nothing more specific than that. Was there noise? How about noise? Did you have accusations about too loud?
I honestly, with noise, I can't even remember one.
Okay. That the no parking notice, that comes on your invoices for the delivery companies that you use?
So we state where to park. Yeah, and also where not to park for the delivery companies. Yeah.
And isn't it true you said there was only one parking space when in fact that there are 3 loading zone parking places in front of the establishment?
So I'm not clear on that. And to be clear, there certainly was one when I opened the establishment, and I was part of a group that that helped bring the case that we need more parking spaces. So if there is now, I'm very happy about it.
But is it your testimony? You haven't even looked to see if in fact that's true? What is true?
I'm not sure of the question.
In other words, it's your testimony. You haven't looked in front of your establishment on 7th Street, the 200 block, to see if there is a commercial loading zone spaces with nearby your establishment.
Objection. That was not his testimony. He said he knew of one. So that was never his testimony.
I'm asking, have you been recently? You said no. So you don't really know how many there are. Is that correct?
I mean, I could be misinformed here. I mean, there's also been an entire commercial development extended on 7th Street since my operations.
Do you think I should say?
I'm
Okay.
sorry to get a chance to rule on the objection, but I guess the witness answers the question. Let's go ahead.
Yes. Chairman Anderson, I believe I'm done at this point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Jenderson. I did want to discuss with you your testimony concerning the oil, and you were saying that you were going to put them in these trotters. Is that what you're calling them? What are they called again?
So you know, I don't think we'd actually gotten to the oil. I do remember it being mentioned. But the oil does not go. The toters is for the recycling,
for the trash
and the trash.
Okay.
The oil goes into barrels.
Mm-hmm. And so they would also would be collected through the loading zone in front on 7th Street?
Yeah. So, I mean, the truck for the oil is going to have to park on 7th Street, the way I see it. I mean, once again, I'm not. I mean, the oil is dumped into containers in the rear of the establishment. I think the question is, how does it get from the rear establishment to the truck?
Correct. That's yeah. What? How do you envision that?
By hand cart.
Okay. And but they're in concealed containers.
Correct.
Correct. And when you had the previous incarnation, when you were operating from back in 2010 to 2020, how was your relationship with the Capitol Hill bid?
Capitol Hill bid. I mean, always good from my recollection.
And I referenced that because I'm trying to, you know, a lot of this discussion has been on rodent and rodent control, and you know, certainly our city is inundated with rodents, and so my question is, are you aware of any program that the Capitol Hill bid does for that business corridor to help with rodent control?
Yeah, I mean, from my understanding, they're involved, but these details aren't necessarily mandated how they need to be executed.
Okay. All right. And I know earlier you were testing about you were hoping to have like political fundraisers for special events and stuff, but without that, at no time are you leaving open the possibility to have your entire restaurant used for an event facility?
I mean,
or just pieces of the restaurant or just rooms of the restaurant?
Yeah, that's our bread and butter.
Your bread and butter is special events or restaurant?
Our bread and butter is restaurant, and that if we, in our business model, we rent some of the rooms for private events.
Okay. But
A full buyout is outrageously rare.
would someone be able to rent the entire space?
Yes.
Okay.
And in my 20 years of restaurants, it's happened, I think, twice.
But there's always the one time. That's true.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you done, sir? Any other questions by any other board members? All right. Ms. Oppenweiner.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
have any questions of the witness based specifically on the questions that Board Member Meadows asked? I can't hear you, ma'am. You need to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry. The answer is no.
All right.
But I did.
Ma'am, you can't. No.
Okay,
You
fine.
can't ask. I said specifically on the questions that the board member asked.
No.
All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Klein, do you have any redirect?
Just a couple. Mr. Gadenson, if the Capitol Hill bid or any other organization has a rat offensive, is that something that you would be willing to participate in?
100%. I believe I've actually led the charge.
And you mentioned something about, you're talking about the Heinz construction and the effect that that may have had on the rat population. Can you just clarify for the board what that reference was?
Yeah, so I opened Aqua Due on Capitol Hill in May 2010, as stated, and the rat problem was extremely minimum, both at my house on 7th Street, my mother's house on 3rd Street, and at the restaurant. When Heinz construction started and they displaced, the massive amount of ground that it takes on a development like that, I mean, literally at me and my family's home on Capitol Hill, we saw the rat problem begin, and it was logical.
Right. And what about with respect to the restaurant?
I mean, as I said, when I opened this restaurant, I think I was 26 years old. I had taken everything from my soccer career and I had put it into this restaurant. Literally the first time I saw a rat, I went to war on a level that was, for survival. And since then, we never really have had that much problems at 2127 7th Street. I do realize, literally at my mother's house on 3rd and A Northeast, it's wild. I see the issue, but I also know that I'm taking care of it at my restaurant.
You were asked about buyouts, and you said that's extremely rare. Isn't that something that typically occurs when there's some sort of special event like an inauguration or something like that going on in town?
Yeah, so like a buyout of the whole restaurant?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they need.
Yeah, it's very cost prohibitive. I would think like something like an inauguration would be the one time a thing every 4 years that would be possible.
And in your, what is it, 8 establishments that you've had? 8 licenses? How many?
I think I've had 5 licenses and 9 trades in the district.
Got it. So across your 5 licenses, in your years of doing this, you saw 2 buyouts. Is that right?
I believe 1 on 14th Street, 1 on 7th Street. And that was it.
Great. All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. I was going to take a break, but since it's 3:54, we have to end this hearing at by 5 o'clock. So my assumption is that we can do one more witness before we end this hearing. So I'm not going to take a break. So do you have another witness you wish to call, Mr. Klein?
John Jameson.
John Jameson. Who is John Jameson? Where is that person? Do we need to elevate that person? John Jameson, I see you on the screen. Can you come on camera, please? Do you have something you want to say, Miss Oppenmeyer?
Yes, I need to take a restroom break. It'll just be.
I wanted to do that, but it's all right. Fine. You know what? It's 3:55. We'll take a 10-minute break. So we are off the record until 4:55. 5 minutes after 4. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Hi.
Hi.
Let me get you. Let me get you. Let me get you. Are you there?
I'm there.
Someone has their mic on. You're on mic. You're not on mute.
We're back on the record. I need all board members, and I need the representative to be on the line.
Okay.
And let me ask you a question, Mr. Klein. Do you believe that this witness's testimony for direct and cross-examination will not take more than 40 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, I think my direct will be no more than 10.
Okay, fine.
Leave the rest to others.
Ms. Oppenweiner, time is of the essence, ma'am. I need you to be back here because, as I
I'm
said
here.
before.
I've been here. I just
Okay,
wasn't in
fine.
the picture. No, I'm
All right,
here.
fine. All right, where's Mr. Who's your next witness?
I lost
Klein?
Mr. Jameson. Instead, I'm calling Adele Sheehan.
Miss Sheehan. Where's Miss Sheehan? All right, Miss, please unmute your. Miss Sheehan, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Miss Sheehan, where do you live?
Hold on, Miss Oppenweiner, you need to mute your line, ma'am. Have her spell her name for the record, Mr. Klein, please.
Miss Sheehan, will you spell your first and last name, please, for the record?
Yes. Yes, my first name is Adele, Adele. My last name is Sheehan, Sheehan.
Sheehan, I had the emphasis in the wrong place. My apologies. Can you tell the board where you live?
Yes, I live in a 2-floor condo loft apartment at 218 7th Street Southeast.
How far are you from the premises that's the subject of this application?
2 buildings.
How long have you lived at that location?
20 years.
And you're familiar with the operation, given how close you've lived to the previous operation?
Yes, I'm very familiar with it.
All right. And what were your experiences with Aqua El Due operating 2 doors away from where you live?
It was all very positive. I never was bothered with noise, and I felt that they took excellent care of the alley.
Okay. Is there anything you witnessed specifically in terms of what they did to care for the alley?
Yes, I mean, Ari would have his staff sweep the alley and hose it down during the week.
What about issues with respect to rats? Are you familiar with that continuing problem in the district and in your neighborhood?
Well, we have rat problems, but Ari was one of the first restaurants on that block to build in storage containers for his storage, for his trash.
Okay, and did you have occasion to witness the trash area behind the restaurant?
Yes, every day.
Okay, and how is that area kept in your experience?
It was kept very clean, very neat.
And you're across the street from Eastern Market, correct?
I am.
What activity goes on there?
They have events in the North Hall. For example, on New Year's Eve, they shot fireworks off at midnight.
Okay. Any other events that might have impact upon the community?
They have events there all the time that are indoors, outdoors.
Is there live entertainment? Go ahead.
Live entertainment, yes.
Given your experience, do you see them as less or more of a factor in terms of disturbances, potential disturbances to the community than
I don't see either one being a disturbance. I prefer to live in a very vibrant community. I like to have activity on the street for safety reasons.
And what is the effect of the building previously occupied by Aqua El Due being vacant? Has it had any effect on your quality of life in the neighborhood?
Oh, certainly. We had a homeless man that was in the front patio that lived there. I mean, he urinated in glass jars and put them on the sidewalk.
And how long did that go on?
It went on for weeks until he moves from restaurant to area. He's still there.
Do you have any concerns with the entertainment endorsement that's being sought as part of this application?
Absolutely none.
All right. And why not?
Because I would welcome having an activity on the street. I think that's very important on a commercial street.
And what about the vendor trucks and the trash removal trucks? Have those posed a problem for you in your current location, given the 3 restaurants that are in your block?
No, not at all.
And in terms of hours, are you familiar with the hours of Cliffs and the previous Boxcar
Yes,
location?
I am.
Do you know what were those hours?
It's not a problem.
Okay. Do you know how late they stay open?
They stay open. I mean, they are allowed to stay open, I think, until 2 a.m., but, you know, it's inside. It doesn't create a problem.
Okay. And
I mean, when I'm walking home at night, I would much rather see restaurants and activity than have just a deserted street with homeless people on it.
All right. I have no further questions of this witness at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Oppenweiner, do you have no questions of this witness? You need to unmute your line, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, I do. Just a couple. Ms. Sheehan, in terms of the type of live entertainment at Eastern Market, could you tell us what that is?
There are wedding receptions, there are nonprofit parties, fundraisers. They have live entertainment frequently, and they're inside and outside.
What kind of live entertainment do they have?
They have bands, they have DJs, they have dancing.
Okay, and that's inside and out?
Yes.
Okay, and what time do they close?
I can't tell you that exactly.
What do you think? Is it 9 o'clock?
Probably midnight.
Midnight for outside as well as inside?
That I don't know for sure. I mean, but there are often activities outside at 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock.
Okay, how many people do you see after 10 o'clock at night on the 200 block of 7th Street Southeast?
Right now, I see very few because there's so many restaurants that are closed.
Okay, so is that after 9 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, how about after 8 o'clock?
There are fewer, but when I walk home at night, it's a very unsafe feeling at 9 o'clock to be on a.
The question was the time that this happened. That's what I'm focusing on. So
between 8 and 10 o'clock at night.
It's open. It's what happens between 8 and 10 o'clock at night.
It's very deserted. The street is deserted.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned interior trash storage that Mr. Gagenson started. How did you know this?
Well, because I put my trash in the back alley, so I see it all the time. I'm back there every day.
But is he there every day now?
I don't know now, but when he occupied the building, he built a storage unit that he could store his trash in.
And what kind of unit was that? Or is that?
I think he explained it very carefully in his previous. The other buildings have, the other 2 restaurants have wooden construction that is often torn down or just, you know.
Okay, so you think his trash storage outside the restaurant is better than anybody else's? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying yes, it is.
Okay. And when was the last time you saw him putting out trash on a regular basis?
I haven't seen him lately, but when he was in the restaurant, I saw him daily.
Okay, so but that was quite a long time ago, isn't that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
That's correct.
And when he had his restaurant before, when he closed it at 2020, and during the time from 2010 to 2020, how late did the restaurant stay open? From, if you can recall.
I can't recall exactly. You're talking about the hours that he was open before?
Yes, when he was
Before.
open. Yes, what kind of hours did he have?
Like, say, midnight.
Okay. No, not later than that.
I can't tell you whether it was later than that or not.
Okay, okay, are you usually out late at night?
I
On 7th
sometimes,
Street, let me be specific, on the 200 block.
on
of
7th Street, I am often on the street at 10 o'clock at night.
Okay, any later than that?
Sometimes.
Okay, but frequently, or how would you describe it?
Once every 2 weeks, I may be later than 10 o'clock.
Okay. All right, I have nothing further.
Okay.
Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ms. Sheehan, is it correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Sheehan, couple of quick questions for you. Do you have any thing to gain or any interest from the establishment? Are you an investor of any kind in it?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I typically like to ask that question to clear out any interest that a neighbor may have in the establishment because I'm always curious to hear from residents in support of establishments, why they take out their time to be with us for these hearings that happen to be a number of hours long at times. So my question is, if you could tell us, what is it about the establishment that caused you to carve out much of your day to be here with us?
I feel it's very important for 7th Street as a commercial street to have vibrant businesses and restaurants on it. And the 200 block right now does not.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for volunteering to give your time. And Mr. Chair, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? Ms. Oppenweiner, do you have any questions of the witness based solely on the question that was asked by the board? I can't hear you, ma'am. You need to unmute your phone.
Sorry, nothing further, no. Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, any redirect?
No, thank you for being with us, Ms. Sheehan.
Thank you, Ms. Sheehan. Thank you for your testimony today. Mr. Klein, do you have another short witness or we need to end now?
I think so. I think Mr. Jameson rejoined, and if he did, I would like to call him briefly.
All right, where's Mr. Jameson? He's not. Is he trying to log in and we can elevate him? I don't see him on my screen.
Mr. Mixon, is he available?
He's indicated to me that he's logging back in.
Is he logged back in? And so he is logged, excuse me, is he logging back in?
Yes, he said that about a minute ago.
Mr. Oriana, can you look to see if you see Mr. Jameson to elevate, please?
Will do.
Remember, this has to be, we have to close up shop by no later than 4:50. All right. Mr. Jameson, are you able, do you have a camera? Can you unmute yourself, sir? Mr. Jameson.
Okay, yes, Hank, trying to get the camera on.
All right, well, I'm not going to wait for that. So can you raise your right hand, sir?
Yes, can you?
I can't see you, but time is of the essence, so I'm not going to So tell me when you raise your right hand, sir.
Right now.
Okay, I can see you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Thank you. Mr. Jameson, where do you live?
I live 616 North Carolina Avenue Southeast.
And how far away is that from Aqua El Dewey previous and future establishment?
It's around the corner from Eastern Market, 100 yards.
All right. And you're familiar with the previous incarnation of the establishment?
Very.
And how so?
I was a frequent diner. They occasionally cater. I've got a political consulting firm, so Ari's firm restaurant occasionally catered for us. But also, it was just from the neighborhood, walking by. Even if we weren't going to eat there, Ari and his team were just always friendly, and we would just talk to him as neighbors when we were walking our dog or something in front of the office, which we weren't able to do for a while recently because of some homelessness issues, and I hopefully that will we can ameliorate that. But just having just from having been a patron and an acquaintance and a friend of Ari and his team.
What was your experience with how the restaurant was operated during the period that it existed between 2010 and 2020?
Oh, it was incredible. It was incredible food. Let me just say, compare it by, there's a Michelin star restaurant on the hill that some people will come off the hill for, that's extremely expensive. But other than this was the only restaurant that was operated enough that I would see not only people from across the city, but once I can remember a friend from Philadelphia being over it saying, "Hey, do you happen to know where this restaurant is?" I said, "Yeah, around the corner from me." And I went over there and met them. But the food was great. His people were courteous. It was a wonderful experience all in all.
How about the impact on the neighborhood? Did you find a positive or negative impact on the neighborhood based upon this establishment being there?
It made it better. 7th Street, Eastern Market closes it closes about 6 during the week. And I'll tell you, after it closes, there are people walking around. There are a couple restaurants still there. But what happened after Aqua left and during the pandemic, there was just a lot less foot traffic during the evening, and enough so, and I think someone referred earlier to one homeless person, a nice guy, but he'd park his grocery cart with his tent and everything in front of it, and it was uncomfortable. We stopped walking by that place on the 7th Street, and sometime my girlfriend was even afraid to walk down the street because of that. And I think when there was more activity there, and Aqua too did more to generate activity than all the other establishments on the street after Eastern Market was closed, it just made it a much safer, it felt safer. Let's put it this way. It felt safer. It just adds a lot to the street.
And you're familiar with the other establishments on the block?
Yes, I learned today about the new restaurant lobby or whatever it is coming in. I'm not familiar with that one, but ton of Cliffs familiar with.
All right. And in your experience, how late do they operate, if you know?
I don't know. At least till 11 or 11:30 or midnight. If I'm walking by there are people on. They've got a porch out front, and people are under that.
Have you had occasion to observe the area behind the establishment, the alley that we've talked about much today?
No, I mean certainly walking on 7th Street, but not the alley.
Great. Okay, that's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Oppenheimer, do you have any questions of this witness? You need to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Just very quickly, Mr. Jameson, sorry. Are you familiar, you did sort of answer this, and I just want to confirm, are you familiar with the alley behind the restaurant?
No, ma'am.
Okay, have you ever been back there?
Ma'am, he said he's not familiar with the alley. Let's move on, ma'am.
Okay, all right, you're right. I'm sorry.
I haven't been back there.
Are you familiar with the overall operations of the establishment with regard to their trash disposal and dealing with rats and so forth? Are you familiar with any of that in regard to Aqua al Due?
Oh, I'd just say to the degree that what I would say is that I never observed an issue with trash or rats or garbage or anything. That just and I noticed that it's in some establishments, but no, never. I mean, look, you could and I don't know how much, ma'am, you spent in the restaurant, or if you did, but they were just extremely diligent about keeping it clean and aware. So that sort of thing, the only thing I'm aware I can tell you is I never noticed anything.
Okay, thank you. I get the impression, but in terms of the rear of the establishment with regard to noise or the rats or whatever, you're just unfamiliar with it, isn't that true?
Oh, I'd say as far as, yeah, never heard any noise. I live across from Eastern Market, and I can tell you on the weekends, sometimes they will have music, they have band, loud DJs, and I can hear that from the top of my roof. And, when I'm in back, but the whole time when I was here, Aqua, I mean, I don't know what's happening behind it, but I don't think I never heard a peep walking on 7th Street. I'd never heard a peep from anyone inside the restaurant. I just couldn't hear anything.
All right. Can you tell me how late Eastern Market has parties and has noise? Entertainment and such.
I don't know when the final cutoff, but certainly there of I know the school. Just remember talking outside that the School Without Walls was there a few weeks ago, and I know talking to people after 11, and the music was going strong and all that. So, how much later than that? Not sure.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions by any board members? Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson, for being here. Just a few moments ago, I was having a brief back and forth with Ms. Sheehan about her reasons for being here. You stated that you are in the political space and you have retained the licensee for catering. But I guess my question, to be specific, is in what capacity are you here today? Is there a hybrid of you being here in support as a person who's retained them before, or is it merely as a neighbor?
Much more as a neighbor. I think in 10 years, I do a lot of events at my home, and I would say maybe in 10 years, Ari's team may have come over there twice, and they did good, but just for various reasons. But no, Mr. Grant, the main reason I'm there is Aqua 2 added so much to our neighborhood in so many ways and all this. So, and I can't tell you how many conversations I have over the years about people saying, Wesley, we miss Ari, we miss the Gadensons, we miss the restaurant being there. So it's 99% for or just having what they add to the neighborhood.
Mr. Jameson, you beat me to the punch, so you answered my second question. Mr. Chair, no further questions.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? Ms. Oppenweiner, do you have any questions of Mr. Jameson based on the questions asked by the board, ma'am?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Mr. Klein, any redirect?
No, thank you, Mr. Jameson, for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. Have a great day. It's 4:29, Mr. Klein. Do you think we can do another witness, or is this a good time to end?
We rest.
Oh, you rest. Okay, thank you. Ms. Oppenweiner. All right. As I told you before, based on the district's budgetary concerns, we cannot work past past 5 o'clock. It's 4:30, so it doesn't make sense for us to start your case at this juncture. I'm asked that we have to continue this hearing. I'm putting this out there, and I'm not quite sure if the board members are still available. But would the parties be available to continue this hearing on May 13th, which is next week, Tuesday?
Look, I'm available. No, I'm in Baltimore.
And I know that at least for the board, we had this date tentatively on our calendar, but I need to now find out if we were to. So I need to find out if there are at least 2 other board members who are available. I currently have a meet. Let me see. To continue this hearing on Tuesday of next week, I have a Tuesday the 13th. I currently have a it would have to start at 11 o'clock. I have.
Mr. Chair, I'm available.
All right. Let me see. Hold on.
Yes. We have a witness who can't make it, an important one.
Mr.
We have 20 minutes now. Get her on.
Mr. I don't believe it's not. There's no way we're going to get through a witness. Mr. Pedro, you have a comment you want to make, sir?
Yeah, I'm not available on the 3rd.
All right.
That time on the 13th.
All right. The board, the agency will reach out to the parties. The agency will reach out to the parties to see when we'll reschedule this year. And I was trying to. I was looking at my schedule to see that some board members had already committed to make themselves available next week, Tuesday. Yes, Miss Conley. Miss Oppenweiler. I keep on seeing Miss Conley's name appears first. That's why. Okay, I apologize, Miss Oppenweiler.
It's okay. We do have a witness who I believe I would like to put on.
But are you? But can we have direct and cross-examination of this witness in 10 minutes? Because I don't want to witness this in 20 minutes. I don't want a witness to start and have to come back for. I don't think we have enough time, ma'am, for you to do
well,
it.
This is an emergency, though. She's having serious surgery on the 15th of May.
But look, Miss Oppenweiler. All right.
Yes. All right.
This here, we have to end this hearing by 5 minutes to 5. And so I don't want to rush you because you need to ask questions. Mr. Klein needs to ask questions. And I don't want to end a hearing in the middle of a witness's testimony. So that's one of the reasons why it's best to end the hearing currently. The board, the agency will reach out with the parties and work with you to find a date to reschedule this hearing. I thought I was able to short circuit it if we could have it next week, Tuesday, which is a day that the board does not usually meet, but because the board members already stated that they would have made themselves available for another hearing. So we will, the agency will reach out to you with a date to reschedule this hearing. Okay.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect to the board.
Yes, Mr. Klein.
With all due respect to the board and the current budgetary constraints, I feel compelled to remind the board on behalf of the applicant of the statutory requirement that a hearing on a new license application be completed in a timely manner. I understand the constraints, but I got to put it on the record.
I appreciate that, Mr. Klein, that you are protecting the rights of your client, and you are aware that if it was up to me, we would have completed this case today. But although I'm quote unquote the powerful chairperson, but this is one I cannot overcome.
Understood.
All right. So thank you. For your statement for the record is preserved, Mr. Klein, to protect the rights of your clients. I appreciate that. All right, so the agency will reach out to the parties to reschedule this hearing as soon as possible. I want to thank everyone for their testimony. And so, Miss Oppenweiler, when we reconvene, you will then start your case. Okay, so thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. And let me now close the record for the day. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on May 14th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for May 14th as published in DC Register on May 9th. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participate in our hearings today. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you. Good afternoon.